So then, usually this time in the morning, everybody's energy levels are usually quite high, especially if you had just a little bit of breakfast before you came. But don't forget, if you do start running low, to use this technique. And it really does work. I'm going to show you a few more things like this today, but I'll do them as you need them, rather than tell you anything now, because clearly you don't need that. So we've a few things that were left over from yesterday, so I'm going to go through those, but there's plenty of time for them. But I'd just like to introduce you to the main topics of today. If you remember, I said that today is a little bit more practical than yesterday. So we're going to be looking at how you actually do it, how you implement sustainability into the business. And we're looking at something called the 6-step approach. And this involves engaging the business, conducting baseline assessments, writing policies and mission statements, looking at monitoring and reviewing, and I'm going to go through all of those. Okay? We then, this afternoon, are going to spend some time looking at how to market using sustainability as a new methodology. And we're going to look at some of the traps. We call this greenwash. This means that you are using sustainability to attract customers, but in fact, you're not actually sustainable. You're not doing what it says. That's called greenwash. And there are a lot of examples I want to show you. I'm also going to be talking about how you can identify the different types of customer and how you then can tailor the messages that you give to those different customer types, using again sustainability as a new way of delivering messages. We're going to be looking at unique selling points. I don't know if you managed to have a look at your websites last night to see whether or not you could find a USP. You'll have a chance to work on those today. And then we're going to be looking at how you can market sustainability through different types of channels, different distribution channels. And then the concluding section, which actually seems quite short on the slide, but is fairly lengthy, is about the next steps and the follow-up. So how do you work with Travelife, for instance, and how do you embrace the outputs of this project and make the most of the materials that are available? Okay? So, this was yesterday. We did quite a lot yesterday. And then we had 3 things which we just have to fit in this morning. Okay? So today, these are our objectives for the day. To introduce sustainability management, to focus on the very first steps you can take, and to look at how you can use sustainability to improve the way that you communicate to people. So I'm hoping that you should be able to write a mission statement and a policy on your own after today, that you'll be able to implement an action plan, and you'll be able to introduce new messages into your marketing channels. That you'll be able to write your USPs. Okay? So I'm going to take that off now and put yesterday's on so that we can just take a step backwards. So we're going to be looking a little bit at transport. And I always find this interesting because whichever destination you go to, they've got their own particular challenges with transport. Certainly, some countries I travel to don't have a rail network, so a proportion of the presentation becomes completely irrelevant for them. So this is it's a bit like that sweet shop again. This is the pick and mix. So you have to sort of dip into it, whatever you feel, is suitable for your particular product. Okay? So, what are the main issues around transport? Well, of course, the biggest issue is the fact that transport uses fossil fuels often. and therefore it's a huge contributor to carbon emissions and global warming, greenhouse gases. And it's perhaps not quite as large as the general use and generation of electricity, but it's pretty close, because transport these days is on a grand scale. I mean, you've only got to go through, perhaps you've not got it so bad here. I've yet to find any what I would call congestion in Zagreb. I've never really seen it. Not what I call.
You will see it.
I've got, today, okay.
No, tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, all right. But of course, on Thursday, well, Wednesday afternoon, I arrive in Athens. And I don't know if you've ever been to Athens, but that is one of the most congested cities I've ever been to. For what should take you 20 minutes to drive from the airport into the middle of Athens, if there's a reasonable flow of traffic, you can never do that. It takes you about 2.5 hours. It's just ridiculous, because it's bumper to bumper. They have some very strange situations in Athens. I don't know whether you're aware of this, but you're not allowed to drive your car every day of the week. Do you know that? There are 2 different number plates in Athens. There is a number plate for, I think it's like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then there's a number plate for Tuesday, Thursday and the weekend. And you're not allowed to drive with the...
It was the same thing
in
Yugoslavia.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
staying system.
And it was on
We know that.
for the kako se kaže registracija.
Plate, obviously.
Yes, for the plates. Okay, so you've heard of this scheme before. Well, they have this in Athens. And of course, I'm sure that it was introduced here as well to try and reduce congestion. Well,
Trying to save the fuel.
yes,
Was not
save the
available.
fuel. Okay, so save the fuel. Well, the impact of this in Athens is that everybody owns 2 cars. So it hasn't improved anything, because they're able to drive every day. They just change the car on the alternate days. And of course, because they've now got 2 cars instead of 1, there are 2 cars to park. So the congestion doubled. And so now you've got twice as many vehicles in Athens as is necessary. It's just a ridiculous situation. Anyway, these are the main issues then, and we're going to be sort of looking now at these forms of transport: planes, cars, trains and buses or coaches. This is the main issue. I don't know whether or not you've seen this before, possibly some of you may have done, but this is what's called the 350 level, which is a level of concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere in parts per million, which the planet can sustain. It's able to, through the carbon cycle, manage quite comfortably with that level of carbon dioxide that doesn't interrupt the carbon cycle. However, anything over that, and it's very difficult for it to remove carbon and keep the status quo. So once you go above this level, it starts to increase quite rapidly because you're never taking enough out, you're just adding to it. Well, if you look at the timeline at the bottom, then in the 1950s, this is with the beginning of the sort of, I suppose, industrial revolution was already underway. But as a consequence of all that, levels of carbon dioxide had risen quite sharply on the planet and have considerably increased. We reached that 350 level at around about 1987, 1990, this sort of time. And ever since, we've gone over the top. So this is where we are now. We're up here. So we've got to do something about getting it down, because this is what causes climate change and global warming, according to the climate experts. Of course, there's a lot of other scientists who reckon that it's done this several times in the planet's history, quite naturally, and the planet manages to sort itself out. So, you know, there's always two sides to an argument. So let's have a look then by sector, what contributes to global warming or carbon emissions. So you can see here that 7 years ago, air transport, this information, by the way, comes from the Climate Research Institute, which is part of the transport section of Breda University in Holland. So this was 40% of emissions in the tourism sector coming from air transport. In 2035, the prediction is that that will have increased to 53% of tourism-related emissions. Okay? Well, what is it that goes down? Well, if you look at this one, this is car transport, and the emissions for car transport are reducing. Okay? It's a bit of an artificial scenario, this, because it's not that the airlines are getting worse, of course, it's just that the number of planes in the air increases. And it doesn't necessarily follow that the number of cars decrease. It's about the technologies. The car efficiency is improving at a faster rate than aircraft efficiency. So one pushes the other down, it squeezes it. So this is why this contribution increases, and that makes that collapse a little bit from 32%. This is interesting. The accommodation sector, however, it's going from 21% to 24%, and that's because of on a mass scale, the development that's happening in lots of destinations. And some of that development is quite obscene. Not that this got much to do with transport, but I was recently just in transit in Dubai, just literally stopover. But I was sitting next to somebody that got on the aircraft in Dubai who works there in one of the banks, and he was talking to me about the infrastructure development, and they just started building a new resort, just up the sort of road away from the airport, and they're building 15 new hotels. It's going to increase the tourism capacity by 200%. But they don't expect to have any more visitors. And they don't care. And the reason they don't care is because they judge wealth by how many hotels they've got. That's what he was saying to me. So it's just a very strange world in which we live when people have got this, you know, create a hotel and fill it with staff but don't have anybody in there. It's very strange. Anyway, that's aside. So we can see that there are some issues that we've got to manage here. So let's look at air transport first, because this is the largest contributor, and it has a contribution of about 3% of the total emissions on the planet. It's equal to the emissions of the paper production industry, but it's nothing like the contribution that cattle make, strangely enough. So farm animals contribute more to carbon emissions than air transport. That's fact. It is, however, increasing very quickly, 5% every year. And it's not just the carbon dioxide that's the issue, it's the other components of the emissions that are also causing this greenhouse effect. So we've got to think about all of that. This is just a graph that shows what potentially could happen if we were able to implement different solutions to the problem of air transport. So this is that that target. That's what's expected if we go on the way we are at the moment. 5% increase and not doing anything about it. This is where it is. Okay? And this line here is the target for the industry. This is the industry's, what they hope is achievable, this red line. And this big green sort of band here, this is what potentially could happen if the industry, the airline industry, is able to make the most of biofuels. It's a bit of an unknown. So it could be anything in between here, okay? But if they're able to combine biofuel technology with more efficient ways of flying and ways of loading aircraft, then the expectation is that we would get to that line here. Ironically, this is the aviation what do you call them? ICAO, the International Aviation Organisation. What's the C stand for? I can't think this morning. But that's their target, okay? Which is considerably less what the industry believes it can ever achieve, which is a bit strange coming from an industry organisation. So what can you do? Well, again, this can be quite contentious. You know, propeller is better. Propeller isn't better if it's a large aircraft. A jet engine is better if it's a 737. If it's a small aircraft, a propeller is better. It all depends on the weight of the aircraft and the relative way in which it's dealing with the aerodynamics. But I suppose the reason that we put this on here is because in terms of your influence, then it's more likely that you are possibly dealing with short trips internally that might possibly be able to use that technology. So if you have a choice of airline, if you're organising a route where people are having to go just across country and fly, then this is the best type of aircraft to use for that. Okay? Obviously, modern fleets are more efficient, and the number of seats and how many people are in them makes a big difference. And this is why there is a huge difference between the charter flights and the scheduled flights in terms of their efficiency and their emissions per passenger, because that's how it's calculated. It's about the people flying, not about the aircraft, because that's the only way that you can have some form of realistic barometer. Stopovers. Well, stopovers are good on a long distance. Why do you think that might be? What happens? Why do they have a stopover? To refuel. Okay? So why is that a good thing then? Why is it a good thing to stop halfway and refuel? Well, it's not because you've run out of fuel. It's because they've flown on half a tank. They haven't filled it full. They've flown the aircraft on half a tank because the fuel is heavy. So you only put half in, you stop, and then you put another half in. So you're flying on a much lighter aircraft, and that's why they do it, and it makes it much more efficient. Okay, cars then. We've got some issues with cars too. The size of a vehicle has quite an impact on its fuel efficiency, as does the age in which it was built because of the technology that's used in the combustion of fuel. And what we've now started to see in the car manufacturing industry is the implementation of this sort of labelling system, which is similar that you see on electrical appliances. So you can now actually buy a car and have it rated on its emissions. And obviously the A is the least emissions, and the F is the worst polluter. How can you drive more efficiently in a vehicle? Well, the speed at which you travel makes quite a difference on how fast the fuel is burnt. So in fact, it's not a linear graph. I should do it that way, shouldn't I? You don't generally have them this way. That's normally the graph. Okay. So the faster you drive, the more fuel. It's not linear. It actually curves. It goes up like this. So the faster you drive, you actually have far more fuel burnt. So the optimum speed is about 50. That's the most fuel efficient speed in a car, generally. You get the most kilometres per litre or miles per gallon at 50. Okay? That's miles per hour, which is probably about 80. Yeah, 80 kilometres. A lot of people are driving around on underinflated tyres. Now, if your tyres are not full of air, it means that they're not rigid. It means that they're flexible, they're soft, and they flatten on the road surface, and that means that there's more of the wheel in contact with the road, so the friction doubles. So if you don't put enough air in your tyres, then you are burning sometimes twice as much fuel as you need to, just because your tyres are underinflated. It's also important to make sure that the gears are used at the right speed. That's what they're for. So as a general rule, and this is now in kilometres, so we've got sort of mixed units on this page, but 20 kilometres, 40, 60 and 80 kilometres an hour, that's when you should be gear changing. Okay? And air conditioning in a vehicle is a huge contributor to the combustion and burning of fuel. So you really should be thinking, do I really need that? Because it's going to cost me a lot of money. Now, of course, all of this is very relevant also to coaches. And if you've got drivers of any vehicles whatsoever, whether they're coaches, minibuses, cars, jeeps, whatever, then it's useful to remind them of some of these things. They probably forget. You know, even I forget in my car, except when it comes to putting the petrol in. I do exactly the same as the airlines on a stopover. I never travel on a full tank. I only ever fill my car with a half a tank of petrol, because the weight of the fuel in the car really makes a huge difference. If I drive from where I live to the south coast, which takes me 2.5 hours, and then back again, which I have to do because my partner has a business on the south coast 2.5 hours away. So that's just because we moved house. That's the only reason that happened, and that's changing. But going there and back is a full tank if I fill it full. But if I put half a tank, then I only use in the total journey 3/4. So I save 1/4 of a tank of petrol. It's amazing, just in that journey. So it's worth, thinking about this. Don't fill your tank full, ever. Unless, of course, you're going on a journey where there's no petrol station, in which case that's foolish. And you can't sort of fill containers and put them in the boot, because it's all about the weight of the fuel. Okay? Anybody got any questions? No? Okay. Is all this common sense? Do we know this already? No? Okay. You're just not very awake this morning, are you? Perhaps we do need to do this, absolutely. So, let's have a look at trains then. Have we got a good network in Croatia?
No.
No. Have we got any network in Croatia? A little. Okay. I know that in some destinations there are plans to expand the network. Certainly when I was in Africa last week, they're now planning to put in a high-speed rail route right through the sort of backbone of Africa. going from South Africa from Cape Town through Johannesburg, all the way some of it goes through Kenya, it goes off up to Uganda, and you'll be able to travel all down Africa, which will be amazing when they've done it, but I'm not sure that that'll be completed in my lifetime. It's a big country, you know. So what about trains then? Well, there's no direct pollution, providing that you can generate the electricity in a sustainable way using renewable energy, which in many places where they've got a very big network of rail, then they're using things like hydro electric power, or they're using nuclear. In France, of course, the French rail network relies totally on nuclear power. And of course, even nuclear power, the emissions, of course, there are different issues, but the carbon emissions are, you know, minimal from nuclear power. But of course, nothing in here is going to talk about the infrastructure. Manufacturing all of this track and concrete and all of these overhead cables, it's very high energy consuming. And that's irrelevant whether or not it's been made from renewable sources, because we've got to think about the other impacts as well, you know, the resources that are being used. There's not an endless supply of available materials to make all of this. Well, they are generally more efficient than planes and cars, but that does depend on where the energy comes from, and it depends on which country, obviously. It's very interesting, as you'll see at the end, the way in which countries use rail in their promotion of the way of travelling around. I'll leave that to the slide that comes up at the end. So coaches then. Well, generally coaches are very fuel efficient because the engines are often based on diesel rather than petrol, which is a much more efficient fuel. And they're impacted by the speed, but a lot of coaches, their speed is limited because the drivers have these tachographs in there, so they have to make sure that they don't drive too fast, otherwise it's recorded on the tachograph. They have the lowest fuel consumption per passenger of any of these forms of transport, even rail. So coaches are actually a very efficient way of moving people around. But it does depend on how many people you put in there, how many bums are on seats. And of course, the air conditioning makes a huge difference in a coach. It's a bigger vehicle than a car, it requires a lot of energy to get the air conditioning to work. Now, you often see coaches sitting at airports with the engine running. The only reason the engine's running is because they've got the aircon on to keep the coach cool. And this is one of the things that you could try and work on with your suppliers, because undoubtedly they'll be doing this. You know, particularly in the height of the summer season when it's really very hot. But of course, airports are air conditioned. You don't need to have the coaches cool. The reason that they do this, isn't it, is because they try and combine flights quite often. So you have people sitting on a coach waiting for other people coming through or whatever. It's a long period of time. It would be much better to keep people inside an air-conditioned building. It's much more efficient use of the system. And then when you've got everybody, then put them on a coach and turn the air conditioning on. It's just about changing the mindset. Of course, you need a place in the airport to hold people. If the airport's particularly small, it's not going to work. This is interesting. If you look at this, this is a 1,500 kilometre journey, and the emissions per passenger, that includes the driver, in the vehicle. So look at this comparison. This is a coach, okay? We call it a touring car in the Netherlands, but it's a coach or a bus. And this is the most efficient in emissions per passenger of any of the other forms of transport. The next best is an international train. High-speed train isn't that much more fuel consuming per passenger, but that's because of the rate at which it's able to move passengers around. So there's other dynamics that bring this down a little bit, because it does use a bit more fuel in moving it because it needs that in order to get the traction. But they're pretty comparable. This is a car with 4 people in it over that journey. So as you can see, actually, it's twice the amount of a coach, but it's still not that bad over that type of a journey. It's better to go by car than it is to travel in an aircraft. Far better. Which is interesting, because a lot of people think that cars are much more polluting because you've got lots more cars than you would have one plane carrying the same amount of people. But it's all about whether or not you can share. If you've got 4 people in it, it's sufficient. If you've only got 2 people in it, obviously it's got twice the impact. If you're pulling a caravan, you know, like a mobile home behind the car, that's dragging the car. So that's making it very inefficient. That's why it's really doubling it up. Then you've got 2 people in a caravan. Wow, right up here. This is off the scale almost. And then these are your airlines. So the low-cost airline or the charter airline has a better efficiency than the economy class airline. Why? Or the schedule. Why? Because they try and fill a charter, whereas a schedule, it's running on a scheduled route. Often it's running with lots and lots of empty seats. Not very efficient. So what can you do? Well, if you use different forms of transport, then just start to factor sustainable thinking into the choice of transport. Are you able to offer people alternatives? At the moment, do you just decide yourself on how you're going to move people from A to B? Could you actually give people some options, and some of those are more sustainable? That's a really good way to show that you're thinking about developing as a company in sustainability terms. And then, of course, think about whatever travel you have to do in whatever vehicle. Are you able to compensate for that in some way or other? Remember those schemes we looked at yesterday? Different ways in which you can compensate for using up the fuel. This is a booking engine in the Netherlands, and it is a system that compares efficiency of different forms of travel. So whenever you put in your route, starting point, end point, it provides you with this eco rating of the chosen route. So you can see that it's given 2 examples here. Obviously, whoever's wanting to book here has put in Amsterdam to Bangkok and back, a return flight. This is a direct one, so Amsterdam straight to Bangkok and then Bangkok back. And its eco value is A, very efficient, but it's €1,210. This route, which includes a number of stopovers, is actually less efficient because of the number of different airlines that are being used and the types of aircraft. So we've gone here from Amsterdam to Heathrow, Heathrow to Doha, Doha to Bangkok, and then of course the same thing in reverse. But the cost is half of the cost of going by this route. So here's the challenge, and it's all about that over there. Again, this balancing act. The customer has to make a decision now. Am I going to go the most efficient route, or am I going to go the most cost effective? Well, sadly, I know where 99% of the customers are going to go faced with that choice. So we've got a bit more work to do to convince people that the price is not as relevant. This is a ranking of airlines. They're not all on here. You'll see that there are gaps. It goes from 2 to 16, for instance, so it's not showing what's in there, 3 to 15. But look at this. TUI Fly, the world's largest operator with its own airline, has the most efficient airline globally. They've done a lot of work on their fleet, TUI, to make them efficient. This rating here is out of 100. It's called the airline index. You can look at the whole thing here. It's a German company that does this. And 100 is 100% efficiency. So TUI Fly have got, against all of the criteria that is used to determine that efficiency, they actually meet 81% of the criteria. It's very good. I don't think it shows Croatian Airlines.
No, no.
So, but if you went onto that website, then you would be able to find them, and they'll be in this list somewhere. German Railways, they do a similar sort of thing. They actually look at airline, coach, and rail, and they give you the energy consumption, the carbon emissions, and other small particles. A bit similar to the airline comparison. Those are some of the common calculators. There are lots of them around now, but unfortunately there doesn't appear at the moment to be a unified standard. So you really have to have a close look at what the credentials are of these different schemes, because some of them it's very difficult to really track exactly where the money goes, what's happening. Some are quite transparent, but others are not. So before you recommend something to clients, or you use it yourself, because you've got two options, you either offset automatically, or you have an opt-in process for customers. But it needs to be transparent. People need to know where their money's going. This is Bangkok, and you arrive in Bangkok and you come out through the arrivals hall to be greeted with this sign. Bangkok's an amazing city. They've just built a brand new rail link from the airport right into the city centre, and it's fabulous. Really efficient, and the best way to get into Bangkok. Where is it on the promotion at the airport? Down at the bottom. The first thing that you're directed to and you see, smiley face, welcome to Thailand. If you're going to Bangkok, take a limousine. The most polluting, inefficient vehicle to get you from the airport to Bangkok. The most efficient vehicle is down here, sort of right at the bottom of the list. Don't go by rail. It's cost us thousands and thousands of euros to build it, but don't go by rail. Take a taxi before you think about going by rail. We have to think about the messages that we give to people, you know? This is just totally wrong. Of course, there's a rationale behind the reason for doing this, and the rationale is the airport authority owns the limousines. Need I say more? Okay. Anybody got any questions about transport?
I do. You said the coaches were more energy efficient than trains. Does it apply to all distances? Because we saw 1,500 kilometers. What if it's, let's say, 300 kilometers? Does it change? I mean, the scale?
Yeah, it's not the same. If you're looking at very short distances, then your aircraft over a very short distance becomes very inefficient, because the fuel consumption is used during takeoff and landing mostly. When they're actually flying over a distance, the longer they travel, the more efficient they get. But it isn't the same graph if you look at a very short journey. But the reason that we've used that one as an example on here is because commonly when people are doing long transfers, then you've got a choice of transport. If you're doing something short distance, normally you limit what you're going to use. You wouldn't think of taking well, if you haven't got trains anyway, you can't take them. If you're faced with cars and coaches, the logical thing is to go for a coach. And you wouldn't take a plane for a 300-kilometre journey if you've got time to do it and a lot of people to move around, not necessarily. Okay? We looked at this yesterday, so I'm just going to have to fast forward now to the bit on destinations, which is very quick, in fact, because what we do with destinations is we use the same scenario as we used yesterday when we were looking at excursions. So what are the issues then? When you are thinking about putting together a new itinerary, a new product into your portfolio, your brochure, then these things should be in your head or in the head of the product department. So, I don't know if you've heard of this term before, carrying capacity. Who's heard of that? A couple of people. Okay. The carrying capacity is the number of people that any given location can sustain. So, for instance, in Zagreb, there is a number of people which this city can comfortably manage in terms of the infrastructure, the energy requirements, the water, the food, the transport. When you take all of that into account, there is a number of people that can be accommodated quite comfortably. And in any city, that figure comprises of people that live there and visitors, whether they are visitors coming in from other areas of the country for whatever reason, business or whatever, or people coming there as tourists. It's the people that live there and the visitors, and you have to use both figures. Well, every destination, every location has a different carrying capacity. And some destinations are very fragile. So if I was to take it to the extreme and give you an example of a place in Brazil, you might have some examples in Croatia, I don't know. But in Brazil, there is a resort, a town really, but it's a resort called Bonito. Has anybody heard of it? No? Okay. Well, it's a very special eco resort. And they have determined that in order to maintain the ecosystem, their visitor numbers have to be right down here. So, as you can imagine, you have to pay a little bit of a premium to stay there because they have to make the money, but they limit the number of people. And even when you travel into some of the sightseeing areas of Bonita, then the carrying capacity is also limited there. So, for instance, there is a cave that you can visit in Bonita, but they only allow 13 people a day to go into the cave because the scientists reckon that it's only 13 people that can have little effect or impact on the ecosystem because of the fact that you are interfering with the atmospheric conditions as you're moving through and you're trampling and whatever. So the recovery of humans going into this, what was originally a very sterile, non-human environment, it can manage that quite comfortably at a rate of 13 people a day. But any more than that and it could start doing some environmental damage. This is what carrying capacity means. And it's quite important to try and consider that, but it's very difficult to work out. So if you're thinking of a new destination, then you need to seek some help. And I'm sure that some of the academic institutions here will be able to assist you if you want to work out carrying capacity. Yes, I know Anna's shaking her head, nodding her head here. Yeah, you can do that. Good. So, labour conditions. This is also important. So if you're taking people into a destination, then how does that impact on local labour? Are you able to use local people to deliver that while they're there? The most sustainable excursions and trips use local people in every location. So I've even been on a trip where the coach, the guide coming on the coach, changed constantly. As I was travelling around, different one got on and off. So you were constantly getting local people who actually have lived there all their lives, and they're best placed to give you the real, valuable, authentic information about the destination. You've got to think about human rights. How is your trip or your stay in a destination going to impact on the people there? Well, think about all the things that we talked about yesterday. What sustainable practices need to be put in place to make sure that you don't upset the balance? And really concentrate particularly on nature protection, because that's the first thing that often suffers as a result of tourism infrastructure developing in any particular destination. So a sustainability assessment, an impact assessment of the likes that we did yesterday, I know that was quite a basic one, but that's the sort of thing that you should try to achieve and accomplish when you're putting a new product together. So consider the environmental issues, the planning issues. You know, are you incorporating protected areas or zones that shouldn't actually be open to public? Take in the human rights. And there's, you know, lots of reports for areas that are sitting around there gathering dust. See if you can dig them out. Find out. Somebody will have been there before. Might not have been a tour operator, or you know, but somebody might have done some research on an area. Most of the globe is now fully discovered. So what can you do also to help destinations to embrace tourism? Well, lobbying is a very important role for you guys to play, and particularly the trade association, making sure that the destination participates in a dialogue. It should be a two-way process between the industry and the destination to make sure that everybody's happy with the rate and the development of tourism. So you can influence planning and development, and you can help to steer that. You can cooperate with local people to make sure that they benefit from tourism. You can promote local products. You can serve the cultural heritage, so that you don't introduce these things that we talked about yesterday, like the commodification, the standardisation, these sorts of processes. And think about how you can support the destination. So if it's a village, are there any projects or initiatives or things that you can support through donations or even participating? So there's a lot to think about when you're selecting a destination. Now here are just very quickly some specific things about different types of destinations that will apply here in Croatia. So for mountain destinations, then you do need to look at a full range of different types of impact. There's lots of environmental impacts in mountain destinations, because for the sort of scale of them and the size of them, then human footprint is relatively small. But that means that as soon as you start going off a track, then you can start really having a heavy impact on biodiversity. So you've got to be very careful when you're going into mountainous areas. Global warming is a big issue. The higher altitude you go, the bigger the magnitude of the effect, because it's getting higher up into the atmosphere, which is where the damage is done. So building fires and putting infrastructure on the tops of mountains is not as good as keeping them at low altitude. Winter sports. I know that you do have some winter sports in Croatia, don't you? Yeah, I think so. People do ski here. Yeah. So is that done in a sustainable way? There are lots and lots of issues around snow sports, particularly in terms of, you know, how they clear mountains to make way for new ski runs. Do they constantly increase the numbers of runs, or are they closing a run, replanting the trees and opening another one? Is that what's happening? Are they using artificial snow? If they're doing that, what method are they using in order to make it? Is that efficient? Is that sustainable? Lots of different issues. In cities, then that's a whole host of other things you've got to think about. Are you providing a reasonable spread of benefit across the city. Often what happens is that tour operators take customers into specific parts because, oh, that's a museum, we want to go to that. This is some religious place, we want to take people to that. But you miss out a whole section of the city which actually has probably got a better tale to tell and would potentially be much more interesting to your customers. But you spread the benefit wider. So there is benefit in not offering the same tour constantly, but mixing them around a little bit. And even within the same tour, then every week you visit different attractions or different vendors, wherever possible. I mean, obviously, if somebody wants to go to a particular cathedral in the middle of Zagreb, then you haven't got another one that you can take them to. That's the one that they're going to want to see. Think about how you can avoid congesting cities. So, can you park outside and take a walk through and use some of the local transport to get people around the town rather than driving people through on a coach? Think about those sorts of issues. These particular issues here are all about, it's often to do very much with people buying when they're in an urban setting, how they spend the money. So do they go to the same crafts shops, or and does that then influence the dynamics of the city? Do people only see visitors going down that street, so everybody's looking to get premises and shops in that street, and the rest of the city declines? So there's a big dynamic happening in a city, and you do have to think quite carefully about how you are affecting that. This is just crazy. This is Kenya. And that, believe it or not, there is a roundabout. You wouldn't know. These are tourist coaches. Not all, there's some heavy transport in there as well. The majority of them are tourist coaches. And it takes sometimes an hour or more just to get across this. I was in Mombasa, and it's just like this in the middle of Mombasa. And that's because there's no control. I mean, everybody just thinks they can go, so everybody tries, and it's chaos. Now, these are some of the things that tour operators have done historically to try and work on managing and preserving destinations. You're going to get these slides, and also in the Travelife online system, there is the beginnings of a description of some of these, so you can actually read some of the case studies and use them as examples, and we're going to be renewing a lot of the examples in Travelife. So this is the last bit from yesterday that sort of is still hanging over. This is about communicating to customers. We're going to be talking this afternoon about communicating as well, but this was more from the perspective of telling them what you are doing rather than involving them. Okay? So what should you be telling customers? You should be telling them about their impacts and risks. So do you issue codes of conduct or customer tips, or do you rely upon incoming operators or partners to do that for you? At least you should contribute to that. I mean, you are the people in this destination. If you're accepting tourists here, you should be the people writing those codes of conduct. You shouldn't be just accepting somebody who's outside of the country writing a code of conduct, because they don't really know the issue. So it should be coming from you. You need to make people aware of anything that is going to be potentially different to their lifestyle from wherever they've come. So this is the one thing that I often find missing when I inspect hotels. It's really rare to find a hotel that's telling people about the law, telling people about the cultural norms. You just don't find it. People seem to have to find out as they go, which is really sad, because it's almost like setting people up to fail and tripping them up. If you don't give them the information, if you give them the information, they're going to have a much more enjoyable experience. So you've got opportunities to talk to people in all of your usual communication channels. And so just think about, what space is available to put information into some of these different media. This is a company that is a Gambia specialist, and they have a code of conduct on their website. It's actually a very good one. The Travel Foundation, I put that on there on yesterday, they also have one that you could download and use as a template. But, if you want to do something that's a quick win, this is really easy. Putting together a code of conduct takes no time at all. And you just put it up on your website and let people download it. It's a really quick step and quite painless, but makes quite a difference. So think about also the life cycle of the tourist, because there are lots of different opportunities to talk to them. You've got an opportunity to talk to them before they've booked a holiday about how they're going to travel around. It's about choices, or where they're going to stay, or offsetting the carbon. This helps them to decide which product to buy. Then, when they're buying from you, think about, are you now able to introduce some CO2 compensation? Sometimes you can have that as an opt-in, sometimes you can have it as an opt-out. It depends on the regulations in your country. I don't know what the situation here is in Croatia. In the Netherlands, you are forbidden to have an opt-out system. So you cannot, in the Netherlands, include €2 or €3 on the invoice for anything outside of the actual holiday. If you want to add things in, you have to give people the option to add them on. You can't do it automatically and then ask them to take them off if they don't want them. In the UK, there's no regulation. You can do either. So, for instance, the big companies like TUI and quite a lot of the small ones now, they, during the booking process, have this carbon compensation scheme as an already added in element, and they also have a contribution to the Travel Foundation already added in. So when you see your invoice, it gives you the basic holiday price and then the add-ins and then the total that you have to pay. And if you as a customer in the UK don't want that, or you don't want to contribute to that, you have to untick the boxes and take them off. But actually, opt-out schemes are much more effective than opt-in, because if you're already in it, people say, oh, okay then. But if they're not in it, then they think more. Do I really want to be in it? Don't I want to be in it? It's just psychology. Once people have made a booking, then you know they're coming with you, so you've an opportunity to give them some prior information. That might be about the destination, it could be about the local environmental issues, legislation, codes of conduct, these sorts of things. When they arrive, then often they have some sort of a welcome meeting. That's an opportunity again to get some sustainable messages into whatever you give them. That might be about local situation, restaurants, places to eat, places to see, sort of souvenirs people can buy, just general infrastructure issues. Of course, after they've finished, then you should still have some contact with them. And very common now is to email customers, because of the way technology's gone. Email customers the feedback form rather than giving it to them on paper while they're there, because it's a second opportunity then to talk to them about coming back for a second visit next year. So you can have some repeat business out of it if you take that approach. So it's following up with some information about, I hope you had a fantastic time, we really enjoyed your company. If you enjoyed your stay with us, please take a few moments to complete the following questionnaire. Oh, and by the way, we're introducing in 2014 the most incredible, authentic experience that's never been offered in Croatia before. Oh, that'll make me want to go and find out what that is. I've just drip fed that. I've not said what it is. I've got to do some effort, but I think I'm going to do that because I'd like to know. Again, these are some examples of what some operators have done in order to try and provide customers with information about being more environmentally friendly and socially aware. Customer protection, we did briefly mention this yesterday, is extremely important. It's a sustainability issue too, making sure that customers are safe, but also that what they've saved for and often paid for is delivered, even if in the meantime between them booking and arriving in the destination, the person that they've booked with goes into liquidation. And that's what financial protection's all about. It's making sure that people's money is safe. It is not right that somebody pays for something and because of somebody else's inability to deliver that for whatever reason, they lose that money. That's not right. If you pay something, you should receive something in return. You don't pay something, you don't buy a holiday and it's like gambling. You may or may not go. You buy a holiday and it should be delivered, or your money should be returned to you. People's health and safety is really important, and this is part of sustainability, as is health and safety of employees. But Travelife deals with this in a slightly different way, and it's because of the very litigious legal nature of health and safety. We try to reference health and safety, but we don't spend a lot of time looking at the implementation of it. We leave that to the health and safety codes of practice that most people use and work with. Things like HACCP, health and hygiene programs for restaurants and hotels and these sorts of things, because we can get into really difficult issues if Travelife fails to follow through on some of the health and safety issues. So we try to steer clear of that and just concentrate on mainstream sustainability. You should cover emergency procedures and give people the opportunity to talk to you about real issues and complaints. And it's not just about inviting that, it's about having a process that deals with it effectively in a timely fashion. You don't want to lose customers. And remember, Facebook and Twitter and TripAdvisor are the places where people will do this if you don't provide them with a good mechanism. So the choice is yours. Use this wisely or suffer the same fate as the elephant park and the gypsy park. Okay? So that was all of yesterday's information. How are we feeling? Are we okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we've caught up really well now, and we're bang on track to deliver today's material. Okay? I would like you to turn to page 3 in the workbook. Sorry, page 4. And based on the objectives and the aims which are written at the top of that sheet that I gave to you at the beginning of the session today, I'd like you to think, okay, what do I want to get out of today? If there was something that still hangs over from yesterday, you might want to put that down there, or you might have some other things that you've now thought of that you want to have got out of the 2 days. So write something down now on the bottom of page 4. And again, at the end of the day, we'll revisit that to make sure that everybody's happy and you've really got the best out of this training course. Okay? So just a couple of things, bullet points.
Jakie smo jučer.
Don't need it. I'll probably pull it over this way and then you can see it as well. By the way, if you didn't complete those last night on page 3, I strongly recommend that before the end of the day you do fill those in. And there's some more of them for today, which is right on the back page, because this is just a good way of capturing the key ideas. As I said yesterday, you'll forget in a week a lot of this, but it's a good reminder.
But we'll get your slides.
Yeah, you'll get the slides, yes. That will remind you. Good. So, today then, most of today now, is about how we do it. And we're going to take it in a very logical way through a series of steps, but at a decent pace. So that you can really get your head around how to do it. And it's very important that if you have any questions, that you don't sit there and hold on to them, that you actually ask them. So shout out, you know, make sure that you've understood it properly. I don't want people at the end of the day having a list of questions on things that we could have dealt with earlier. It's much better to deal with it as it happens. Okay? So these steps are very logical and fit into something that we call the management cycle, sustainability management cycle. And this approach was originally formulated by those tour operators I mentioned yesterday, who worked together in the late 90s in something called the Tour Operators Initiative. It was a group of 13 tour operators that was coordinated under the arm of, or the wing of UNEP from their office in Paris. And they were the pioneers, really, of sustainable tourism for tour operating. Each of them did their own thing, but it was about sharing good practice. They didn't work at that time collectively on anything. It was about helping each other to do each individual thing. So they were co-opting people in to help them to go down their own path. But then they started ultimately to work on a collective approach. But all of a sudden, of course, the trade associations caught up and more tour operators got involved, and the need for the Tour Operators Initiative just melted away, I suppose, because all of a sudden there was another forum for all of that, which was a bit more inclusive and worked a lot better. They still exist. The Tour Operators Initiative is now part of the UNWTO and operates out of Madrid. But to be honest, I haven't heard of anything coming out of the Tour Operators Initiative for the last 8 years, even though they still meet. But one of the things that they did work on together was this, under the UNEP umbrella still, and this methodology is really tried and tested and works exceptionally well. It's a very logical way to implement sustainability into the business. Let me just move this so you can see as I'm talking. I know you've got a screen there, but can you all see that now? Okay. So you start here with engaging the business, making people motivated and want to do it. And once you've got everybody on board, you need to go to this step, which is about where are we? Because we might already be doing some things and we might not be doing other things, but until we know, we can't really start setting ourselves a plan. So this is a baseline review. This is assessing your situation. And then when you've assessed it, you can then start to take some decisions about what you're no longer going to do, about what you're always going to do, and about what you're going to try to achieve in the next 3 to 5 years. That's the policy step. We then need to make sure we know who's going to take responsibility for working on the things that are in the policy. That's the action planning stage. But we also then need to know how well we're performing with those actions. Are we actually progressing? Are we achieving them? Are we getting some results? So that's the evaluation process. And then, of course, we need to tell people what those results are. Has it worked? Hasn't it worked? Do we need to think again? Do we need to rewrite our policy? Do we need to engage more people? So we report and communicate, and then that rolls us back into the cycle again. And it just keeps going round and round. Why? Well, because people leave the business, new people come into the business, you've got new ideas that you have to introduce, so this is always having to go on. Now then, it's in a cycle, it's a logical series of steps, but in reality, you do not do that, and then when that's complete, you do that. And when that's complete, you do that. If you were going to do it so religiously, then it will take you a long time before you ever get to the point of writing a policy. You'll be here this time next year, and you still won't have a policy, because that takes a long time. So in practice, whilst this is the logical series of steps, then you would pretty much simultaneously be working on at least these 3 or 4 steps. And this will all fall into place as we go through them today. Okay? We're going to just concentrate on those first 3 before coffee. So, engaging people. Well, engaging people is really, really important. Why? Well, imagine your workplace, whatever you do, whether you're a tour operator, an agent, you've got accommodation, or you're an academic institution, whatever, it involves a group of people. Some of them might be managers at the top or CEOs, some of them might be very sort of basic level staff at the bottom, whatever. You've got this total workforce. And it's a bit like making a jigsaw puzzle. Everybody understand what a jigsaw puzzle is? Yeah? Where you slot all the pieces together to make a picture. Okay. This is what sustainability is like. It's about finding the right piece and putting them together. And eventually, the whole painting is sustainable. But you wouldn't want to hang that painting on the wall, or that puzzle on the wall, if there was one or two pieces missing out of it, would you? You would not do that. Unless, of course, that was an artist's approach and there was some significance about that one piece that was missing. That's the only time. Well, in the workplace, one person not being engaged is a missing piece of the puzzle, because they can be undoing behind the scenes all of the things that everybody else is working on. So you've got to make sure everybody's part of it. Every single person, from the top right down to the bottom. Now that's interesting, because it might mean that some of you who are here are somewhere in the middle. Some of you might be up here. I doubt very much that there's many people here right down there. So that means that if you're, let's say, the majority of you might be somewhere in the middle in terms of the levels within your business, then you've got a bit of a job to do, haven't you, after you go from here? Because you've got to engage all the people up above you. Some of those might be engaged already, because they might be the people that sent you here, or said, we think this is a good idea. So you're part way there. But often, in my experience, it's one or two motivated individuals on the board of directors, and the rest of them are just saying, oh, go on, it's him or her again. Let's run with it and see what happens. But they're not really convinced. But that's no good for sustainability. You've got to convince everybody. So there's some tools that we're going to use and learn how to do that. So, engage the management team is the first step. Okay? Let's assume that we've run through the tools and finished this first. We've engaged the management team, but everybody knows about sustainability, but nobody knows what to do or how to do it. It requires coordination. So there needs to be somebody who's going to be a bit like the conductor of an orchestra, you know? Remember, the conductor of an orchestra doesn't actually play an instrument, or doesn't even sing. It just makes sure that everybody keeps up with each other and that people play their instrument in the right place. And if more work is required from the string section, then we increase the volume. And if less is required from the wind section, we decrease the volume. That's what the conductor does. And that's what this person does. This person, the sustainability manager, sometimes the coordinator, I prefer coordinator actually, is a conductor, not a do everything person. Unlike a conductor, they might actually do a few things because they're still an employee, you know, they're not coming in from outside, they're in there, so they've got to be part of it. But in the main, they're making sure that it works. Well, it would be logical, would it not, for the people that have the most knowledge to be the people to do that. So I would assume, maybe I shouldn't, but I'm going to, that you will be that person, because you will have more knowledge than others. Or maybe you will pass that knowledge on from here, and between you, you will find who that person's going to be. But it'll probably come back at you. everybody, in order to be committed to sustainability, everybody's got to have a little part of that puzzle. And it's much better if that's cemented into the business. And how do we do that? We write it into people's job descriptions and role profiles. So you put it there. So this is your role in helping us to become a sustainable business. That way I know that that's part of my responsibility and I can't duck out of it. And that should be through everybody's, top to bottom. And of course, you need to make sure that everybody knows what to do in order to put these pieces together. So that's about training people. Now it might be that some of the training is just going and delivering this that we've done over these 2 days. But we haven't really gone into great depth over certain skills that some people might need in order to tackle particular areas. Like, I mean, we could spend 2 days just talking about impact assessment. We could spend a week talking about environmental management for the people that are going to have to monitor and manage that. So there is quite a bit of training to be done to make sure people are skilled up and ready to be able to accomplish the tasks that you're going to set them. And when all that's done and everybody's ready to go, you've got to think, well, has our company now changed in its mindset? As a result of this, are we now thinking differently about how we're going to approach delivering our product? So we might have to revisit the company's mission statement, if there was one, and think about how sustainability has now influenced that. One of the things that's common is that having done this, the business realises that its values are perhaps wrong. That its values that they had before are actually very inward looking and not outward looking. The values are probably more about making sure that the investors receive a good return or keeping people happy. When in fact, through this, the values might change into we want to be seen as a valuable element of society. We want to be seen to be contributing to global issues and managing our own impacts. Those might become the values. Okay, back to the top then. Engaging people. How do we do that? How do we go upwards with this to people up there and convince them that this is the only way to go? We don't want to give them a choice. We're going to say, we must do it.
Yes, but we must before explain, clearly explain.
You've got to clearly explain. There's got to be a lot of big information process, and I would imagine that from here there are going to be quite a lot of conversations that people are going to have to be having. But I'm going to give you a technique now which is often used on the sales floor actually to make somebody's mind up for them. And this is a technique that's very good in engaging people at the top. And it's called the elevator pitch. I'm going to turn that off and bring this over this way so that you can see it. And there are no slides for this, so you might want to just make a few notes. It's called an elevator pitch because the idea behind it is that you have the length of time that it takes to travel from the ground floor in an elevator to the top floor of a 20-storey office building. Okay? And we assume that it's going to be 1 second per floor. So you've got 20 seconds of time. That's the only reason it's called the elevator pitch. Okay? Apart from the fact that it's a very closed environment, and I'll explain in a second what I mean by that. The pitch, I don't know if you use this word, but a pitch is a sell. It's a sell, it's a tell, it's an idea. I'm throwing something at you, and I'm hoping that there's going to be some response. that's a pitch. But using the elevator, we're not going to even entertain the word hope, because there's no hope involved in this. It's going to happen. Nobody's going to have any choice. So this is the situation. You get into the elevator in the bottom of your 20-storey office building, and you're the only one in there, and you press the button for the 20th floor, and zzz, the doors are just about to close, and as they get this far, somebody's hands come through and push them open. And in walks the person that you have been so desperate to talk to all week. And they get in the elevator with you and the doors slam shut. Wow. You've got them because there's nobody else around. It's just you and them. You've got 20 seconds before those doors open and they get out and you part ways. While it would be a complete waste of 20 seconds if you couldn't use that to turn these people round and get them to say yes to something. Okay? However, we don't want them to say anything other than yes. So, we're already going to decide what the outcome of this is. You are going to do it. So this is a very assertive technique. It's used very often at travel fairs. So if you go to a travel market, then you haven't got time to spend lots of minutes with people coming past the stand because there's so many people. You need to maximise the amount of impact that you have on potential customers. So it's a similar sort of technique, a little bit longer slightly. It's a travel market. Most people limit it to a minute, 60 seconds rather than 20. And the outcome there is slightly different. But if you look this up on the internet, if you put it into Bing or Google or whatever, then you will find hundreds and hundreds of different examples of elevator pitch. There are some golden rules when you're doing one of these, and you're going to have a go at it in a minute. And that is that it has to be assertive. And the best way to make sure that it's as assertive is to rehearse it. So it's pre-planned. You don't just get into an elevator and the doors close and you think, oh wow, and you start talking about something without any thought behind it. It needs to be pre-planned, otherwise you can't determine the outcome. This is the most important, but sometimes the most difficult bit. You do not allow the person in the lift to speak at all. And the way to stop them is for you to start, well, it isn't even a conversation, for you to start the dialogue before they have time to say anything, and you keep going. And you ask no questions at all, okay? So it's not, oh, how are you today? No, you can't do that. Of course, to put people at ease, that would be quite a nice greeting. Oh, good morning, how are you today? Well, how do you turn that into something that's assertive, it's polite, it's nice, it's well meant, but there's not a question? You can say, oh, good morning, I'm really glad to see you today. It has the same effect, but it isn't inviting them to respond. Okay? So no questions. Now then, you've got to know what the outcome is going to be. Before you plan the content, what do you want to achieve? Okay? You're not going to explain what you want. You've just got to have this in your head. It's knowing what you want to achieve. Okay? So you've got to know what the outcome is going to be. Why? Because you're going to tell them what they're going to do. Which is very interesting when you're talking to your CEO. So, shoes on the other foot for 20 seconds. Okay? Now then, you've got, because you've done that nice greeting, so you put people at ease, so I could put that on here, use some form of greeting. And now what you're going to do is you're going to tell. You're not going to be involving them, so this is a tell. So you're going to tell a story. I don't like to use that word because stories, people think it's fiction. It's not real. But you're going to tell some truths. That's how I generally describe it, because this is how it is. That's what I'm going to tell you now. This is how it is. But in and amongst those truths, there has to be a benefit to that person or to the company. And if it's the person at the top, then often it's pretty much one and the same because they've got that passion. So it does depend on what the level is, whether or not the benefit is going to be for the person as the individual or the person as part of a company. You have to be flexible enough to adjust it. Okay? So there has to be a benefit. And I'm going to say to the listener, now, how you describe that benefit is probably going to, we're probably going to use some of the techniques that we'll learn later on today, the unique selling points. We're going to be talking about some main features. So whatever these truths are, in and amongst there are some things which will, if are followed properly, going to give some benefit to that person, and we call those features. So this is a mixture of features and benefits. Generally, we try to limit the features as much as possible in here, okay? And we try to just have a benefit. But then the last bit, we call it the close, okay? And that close is telling the person what they're going to do next. So this is how it goes, and I'll try and just make something up as I go along here, but so we get in the lift, we're going to have a, oh hello, I'm really glad I saw you. Nice smile, pleasant greeting, okay? You won't believe what I've just discovered. Now I've used that because that's making somebody go, oh, okay, I'm just getting ready now to hear something that maybe is quite unusual. You won't believe what I've just discovered. If we invest in simple environmental measures, we are going to save hundreds and thousands of kuna. Okay? Just giving you a broad example here. Now I've used that because if it's a person up here, often they're very financially motivated. So if you've got something that's about money and saving money and making money, then that gets people to listen. Oh, they want to hear that. But it doesn't have to be something like that. It could be I've just attended the training course and I learned that if we just rethink how we develop our selling points, we've got a whole new market that will open up for us. Okay, there's a financial sort of edge to that, but it's not talking about money or profit. And that's about it. You don't want to tell too much because you've only got those 20 seconds. You've now got to say what they're going to do. I know that you want to hear more about this. Okay, notice how I did it? Not, do you want to hear more about this? Because that's a question. I know you want to hear more about this. Not you will, you do. You want to hear more about this. I've checked your diary and I'm going to come and see you on Friday afternoon. Ping. Goodbye. That does take quite a lot of confidence to be able to do that to somebody who's up here. But it does work. And obviously you need to play around with it and make sure that you do it in a very, well, it's contrived, but what appears to be a very uncontrived way. And it has to be sincere. Okay? Now obviously, when you finish off with that close, there is the possibility that that person's going to stop at the doors of the lift and say, I'm not available on Friday. Well, then you might have to ask a question. You might say, well, when are you available? Okay, you might have to do that. But that's outside of the pitch. Or you might say, well, in that case, I'll call you on Monday morning to arrange an appointment. So they're expecting it. But you've got to leave people with something if they come back at you. Okay? Do you get the general idea? This is really playful exercise, and we're going to have a go at it now. And then I'm going to ask some people to role play it, and let's see how well you've put together this pitch. When we do it, you're going to be timed, so you've got to try and fit it into 20 seconds. Okay? This, the truth bit, you've got about 15 seconds to play with there, so you can actually tell quite a bit to capture their imagination. But I'm then going to ask you to do a critique when you hear each other's, so you can say to yourself, would that make me do what this person's telling me to do or not? Okay? I'd like you to work in the same groups, well, maybe on different tables, the same way that we arranged groups yesterday. So if there are 2 tables, then work together. You could probably work as 3 threes like you did yesterday. But if you worked as 2 tables here, didn't you? 2 tables there, 2 tables there, 2 tables there, 2 there, and then everybody work together. Okay? So you have 1 elevator pitch each to work on, and you've got 15 minutes in which to do it. Okay? Off you go. So, you've had a chance now to work on this 20-second, you've had quite a while to develop it, 20-second elevator pitch. I've just had some very interesting discussions about how alien that might be to certain people, particularly in certain cultures as well. And you're not unique if you feel that this is quite a difficult thing because it's something that you're not used to. That's a lot of people feel this. But it's just about being assertive. It's about, knowing what you want and in a very respectful and polite way getting the result. That's it. It's as simple as that. It's not discourteous to people that you're talking to. So let's see what we've come up with. Okay? We've got quite a few. We do have some time to play with, so I'd like us to try and hear as many as we can, but it might be, depending on how it goes, we can't just physically fit in everybody's. Okay? If there's time later, we could perhaps squeeze in a few extras, but let's just see how we go first of all. So, do we have a group that is volunteering to go first? This group? Yes? Okay. So, this is how I would like to play this. I would like the person that's doing the elevator pitch to come out to the front, okay? You can bring with you one of the people in somebody else's group. Somebody else's group. Because you are pitching your idea to somebody that's not heard it before. So it's better to have somebody else in front of you.
Boss.
Anybody, just so you can pitch to them. And when we do this, I'd like you to think of the style, how you feel, and let's have some feedback on what we think, okay? So, who is it you're pitching to?
The boss.
To the boss.
Company.
Okay, so
CEO.
I'm sure somebody will time this, so let's see how you do. Off you go.
Ali bilo je, dobro, ne, znači se gospođa, gospodična.
He made it for
Nema veze. Sad.
But it's in English, so shall I enter the elevator?
Da. Oh, good morning, madam. I have great information for you, for our company. We could save a lot of money if we implement sustainability in our company. I will call you tomorrow and give you more details and numbers.
Tomorrow I'm quite busy.
Can you give me exact date then?
Please call my secretary.
Okay, that was okay. That was quite realistic, actually.
Yeah.
That's something that can happen. The nice thing about that is that you then were given an olive branch because it wasn't a no. It was please call my secretary. Actually, the door's open for you. You just
Yes.
need to get an appointment. So that was fine. So that was good. Okay. So a little bit of feedback about that. What do you think?
It sounded like a telephone sales call.
I think that was probably because he had that.
Yes, yes.
If I'd have taken that
Yes.
away and said do it now, then it
If-
might come across as a bit more genuine.
Yes,
And much better.
yes, but I could train exercise.
Okay. What else?
We kind of too general. It was like sustainability, and the person could think, sustainability? What is he talking about now to me? I think maybe something more specific would catch her attention.
And because it was general, there was something that's written on here that was missing. What was it?
No questions.
He didn't ask questions. That was towards the end he did, but that was because there started to be a dialogue, which we tried to
What
avoid.
we want to achieve.
This was very loose.
Da. Rekli smo da će
He had it written.
I've written in the script in the first place that it would be like 100,000 euros in savings per year.
Okay.
But
Months.
no, yearly.
But did you forget to say it, or did you change your mind?
But we changed your mind in our discussion because the idea in the end was that we arranged meeting and then details of that give her in the meeting.
Okay, good. What do you think?
I think he lacked a little bit of assertiveness, in my opinion. I think he sounded a little bit like he was unsure whether he
yes.
wanted to talk to her or not.
And I think that could be symptomatic of the fact that this is quite a stressful exercise, but also that you were reading from the script as well. So that was why it came across as a bit more of a. You weren't really talking to her. She was.
Možemo
standing
probati
here.
još jednom, ali da ne čitam.
Yes. Okay. Good. Yeah, it was a really good effort. So let's give you a round of applause. Thank you. Do we have another group that would like to go next? Or shall I select one? You can go next. You do this, yes. and use a different group for the person you're going to talk to.
But this directly.
In English or?
In English, yes. Otherwise, I can't give you any feedback.
So I'm already standing in the elevator, so you have to. Oh, hi you.
Hi.
Nice to meeting you today.
Yes.
You know, I went to the sustainability seminar last week and I found out some great ways how to save costs and how to open some new markets.
Really?
Yes. And please tell me, is it Thursday or Friday better option for you to have a meeting?
Thursday at 10.
Thank you.
Did you reverse that?
No.
There was quite a bit of good sort of connection there, I thought. Okay, let's have some feedback. What did you think of that?
That's a woman selling something.
Okay.
People are not the impression that the director is the director.
Yeah.
It's no.
It's a more colleague.
The personality of the woman is much.
Stronger.
And I don't know if you have a seminary of selling. Because I was, and the first it's not good when they say my secretary will bring an appointment, because then it's out. You must say not. Can I come tomorrow? No. May I see you today in the afternoon? Late in the afternoon? It's not for 5 minutes. No, it's tomorrow morning. Early in the morning. Just 5 minutes. You will know everything. That is selling. It's true.
I would never say that.
That's a totally different approach. That's more of appealing to somebody's better nature, I think. But it's a technique that can work. It can. If you're the type of person that can use it, then it's fine.
You cannot say anything. You must be aggressive to that nobody asks anything.
No.
And you must sell your idea.
Yes, okay.
I think the assertiveness is what you need rather than the aggressiveness.
Yes.
But go on.
I wanted to say that in some points I can agree with you, but my point is that my strategy was to just to arrange a meeting with him. So I gave him 2 options.
Yeah,
So he did not have a point to say no. So he just had to choose.
That is selling. That's okay.
This technique.
Just one.
Go on.
It was like he wasn't a boss. In a big company, you don't meet the boss very regularly. Like in small companies, you do. It's regularly, but big company, when you meet it, you don't. Oh, hi, boss. How are you?
But why not? Yes, I'm.
It just, the thing is, it very much depends, guys. It very much depends upon your own personality. So this will never be the same for 2 people ever. It's going to depend very much on your natural, innate ability to interact with somebody. And that might be different according to the different person that you come against. Okay? And certainly, in certain societies, it could be a benefit being female. That has to be said. In others, it can be a benefit being male. So the dynamics of it can change. But there were some really good things in here. You did ask questions, and I'm always a little bit cautious of asking questions, because even if you've predetermined the responses, there is an option there for somebody to step in and do something. But it worked. It went okay. The one thing that I would say is I liked the fact that you didn't ask any open questions until that point, but you did pause enough for somebody just to to go, you allowed them to become part of it rather than just talk at them. And I thought that use of pauses was particularly useful, and it's very good to use that in this technique. Anybody got anything else? Excellent, you did a really good job. Well done. Thank you. Are you delivering next, or is it somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't, as you were down here, why don't your group do yours now? And we have somebody from another group to come down to the front. Anybody? Or somebody around here, it doesn't matter as long as it's not that group.
Anybody can wait, they are not going to talk.
No. Well, it's the interaction we want to see and want to watch. So anybody. You don't have to stand here.
I do.
You don't have to stand there. And listen and interact. Okay? So, off you go.
So we put up a scenery on the finishing of a cigarette on a balcony.
I don't smoke.
So
Sorry.
okay, so it's pretty much the same. So the opening would be, oh hi, I'm glad you got a minute for yourself to catch a break.
Hello.
Hi. So I just returned from a useful presentation where I heard how hotels saved 150,000 euros just by implementing sustainability tips.
Really?
So I'm now working on how we can do this in our company, and I tell you more about it on the Monday briefing.
Oh, okay. I like that, Tandy. Okay, good, well done. Just before you disappear, how did you feel when she was talking to you?
Actually, I think it might work if it was really a relaxed atmosphere. If I was really
Finishing
my cigarette and she just caught my attention. Actually, yes, I think it might work. It would be.
Because you used a pause again in your technique and you responded, but actually that was managed well also. You know, people will chip in, but then you pulled it back again and you took control, which was really good.
Sure.
Okay.
So we
Of course,
just
as a manager, I heard 150,000 euro or something, so of course every manager would respond to that.
Absolutely, it's a very effective tool.
Of course, so,
Okay.
so sure, I would like to hear more.
Okay, just before you go completely, anybody got anything else that they'd like to say about that? The only one extra thing I would add was that you could very easly have gone over time with that because,
Okay.
but I think that's just about practice because there was quite a lot in there.
Okay.
I would just shorten it just a little bit, but apart from that, it was
I
really
haven't
good.
rehearsed it so much.
Okay, well
But
done.
we did here presume that we have this briefing regularly
Yeah.
Mondays.
Yeah.
So that was easier for the group.
But that's a good thing. That
If
know,
you have something like that in the but to offer. And the other good thing, I think she did well offering two possibilities. That's what you do with children. You offer them, do you want this one or that one?
Yes.
Then the person has a choice, but because it's that the last part to get the meeting is very, very hard.
yeah,
But
this is quite difficult. Okay, well,
no, we presume that the company has one every Monday where you can do the. But the person will think, okay, we'll have that on schedule. That was.
okay, well done, well done. So I'm going to call a halt to them because we need to move on to the next set. But I'm hoping that even if we don't get time to look at yours, if we haven't done it, that you found that a really useful exercise. It's a good way to actually try to think, how am I going to sell this idea to somebody? And it might not be the CEO, it could just be a work colleague, but you know, some of the things in here, they're really useful to remember when you're trying to introduce someone to change. Change control uses all of these techniques. I mean, any of you that work in HR, this shouldn't be new to you. There should be a lot of things in here that you recognise. Okay?
Chris, I have one suggestion maybe for this. I was thinking while we were doing this training in between, I came to an idea for this closure, when we're knowing what to do next, maybe to suggest that I already did kind of proposal, just in case, you know, when I come, could be prepared and how to implement this new concept. I would just to add some kind of proposal. Maybe we all should kind of write some program in case that our bosses say, oh my god, oh, she's thinking, she's really into it. I would give you 5-10 minutes, how much do you need?
And you could put that in an email. There's no reason why you can't say to someone, I'll meet you on Friday, but in the meantime, I'm going to send you an email with a little bit more information. Of course, it's up to them whether or not they open it, but at least there's more coming. And that's a really good idea.
And maybe we should also mention our stakeholders or shareholders. First, I would say this is good for my institution, for our students, but also connected with the practice. We can maybe talk to travel agents about that and try to educate them. So I think we should also maybe include that to just a few, 3.
Well, it's a life. This is a life skill, so it's useful in, you know, you take it anywhere. It's not just about this. These also can, in some circumstances, be quite useful. It's more common to use these at trade fairs as a close. You know, that's how we get to this point at a trade fair. We normally say, can I exchange the business card? Once you've got their business card, you've got them because you're going to follow them up with something. That's the close at a sales fair. Okay. So we've engaged people. We've got to the point now where we really need to be thinking about this, the mission statement. And the mission statement is about this new positioning of the company. You may have a mission statement already, but it might need some revision based upon the fact that you are now going to perhaps have not a new set of values, but you're going to put some of the values that were maybe at the bottom of the pile a little bit further towards the top, because you're thinking, actually, if we build the company on these values, we'll still get the others achieved. And therefore, it's just a different way of delivering a product. Okay? It's not new, and then that's one thing to say about sustainability in general. It's not a brand new way of doing things. It's just a different way of doing things. That's what it is. So there's nothing to be scared of with sustainability, and I think you're beginning to see that. So when you look at a mission statement, if you've got one already, or you think about putting one together, and not every company has a mission statement, but I think it's a good idea. Why? Because it's a common thread across all of the business. Even if you've got, you know, nine employees or 70 employees, if everybody can recite the mission statement, it means everybody understands what the business does, why it does it, how it does it, and what are the values. And that's really important for somebody who's working for a business to know, because it gives them a sense of purpose. It's important for a customer to know, because it's a reason to go to that company to purchase something. It's a reason for a supplier to know, because it gives them a little bit more faith in the nature of the partnership. So mission statements are really useful. You often see them written on the wall of an office when you go walk into an office and they've got a good sort of culture of this. Then you walk in and it says, our mission is blah, 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 blah. Or you see them on a website. You need to try and keep a mission statement short. You know, you don't need to tell a story in a mission statement. If it's on a website, then you can tell the story of the company underneath. This is just some top lines. So what does it have to have in it? It needs to identify what it is the company does. What is its purpose? So, you know, is it selling speciality tours? Or just what exactly is it that makes you a unique company? What are you doing to address those needs? So this is about how. What's the nature of the business and how do you actually deliver that? And then the third bit is, what are the reasons for you delivering that in this way? Does that make sense? They all fit together quite nicely if you think it through in this way. So here's a couple of mission statements then that I'd like you to look through. And I'm not suggesting that these are good mission statements. In fact, as we read them, we'll probably agree that they're far from good mission statements. But they're real ones. Both of these companies, Chevron, which is an oil company, Apple Computers, you know, they both seem to change their mission statements regularly. Of course, mission statements should evolve. They should, because things change. However, if you change a mission statement too often, then it means often that that mission statement isn't something from the heart. You're just putting something out that you think people want to hear, but you don't necessarily mean it. So you have to be careful about how often you revise them. But let's just look at the top one first. This is Chevron's. It says our company's foundation is built on our values, okay, which distinguish us and guide our actions. We conduct our business in a socially responsible and ethical manner. We respect the law, support universal human rights, protect the environment and benefit the communities where we work. So, what do we think about those? They're the values, aren't they?
It's too general.
But it's too general. Good. I'm trying to think, well, if we look back here, what is covered there?
What company does?
Purpose is not.
Purpose isn't, so we don't know, unless we know what this company is.
It can be like
The first sentence is completely useless.
It is, because it doesn't, it's really not a good opener, okay? It's a good phrase to use, but I would expect to see it lower down in here, okay? What else do you think about it?
Could you be a company without respecting the law? You need to respect the law. Do you need to put
And which
that
law?
Do you need to put that in your mission?
No.
Okay, good. So if there are things which 99% of society would expect you to be doing anyway, then there isn't a need to actually put that in there, because it's inherent. Everybody should be doing it. So good, well spotted. It gives me this general impression for Chevron is that they obviously have caught on to the fact that they need to be seen to be doing this. I mean, when you look at the fact that this inherently is quite a dirty company, you know, I mean, it's an oil company. It's not that much sustainable about a company that rapes the earth of its natural resources, which is basically what it's doing. So it knows that there's something it's got to think about, so they're just trying to put something there that makes it seem better. That's how it comes across to me. Look at the second one. Apple Computer is committed to protecting the environment, health and safety of our employees, customers, and the global communities where we operate. We recognise that by integrating sound environmental health and safety management practices into all aspects of our business, we can offer technologically innovative products and services while conserving and enhancing resources for future generations. Apple strives for continuous improvement in our environmental health and safety management systems and in the environmental quality of our products, processes and services. What do you think about that
It's
one?
too long, and environmental health and safety 3 times repeated.
They are. They're saying it over and over. So it makes me wonder, are they trying to convince us or are they trying to convince themselves?
themselves in China, they use the labor and the dirty industry, so they are not doing that.
Okay, so again, this one, actually because they've put more in here, this is even coming across more of greenwash, I would call this.
Yeah.
This is where you're actually painting this nice picture, but in fact when you strip that paint away, there's nothing inherently sustainable about what lies underneath. That's the impression that it gives. And you know, neither of them are brilliant examples, but to be honest, it's quite difficult to find a fabulous mission statement that brings into it the points that you need to avoid. So that was why I was trying to go for these. I'm not going to ask you to work on a mission statement now, because you've got the fundamental principles here. You can see that the rules of the game are not to be as long as that, because it's just too lengthy and wordy and it doesn't say anything. But you know, you could be as short as that, providing it's meaningful and it addresses those three things. So you've a little bit of work to do maybe, looking at your own mission statements on what you can do with those. Okay? Now I would do this as an exercise, but actually I don't think that's going to be valuable use of your time today. I think there's other things that we can spend that is going to help you a lot more. So let's now just look at the next step of that cycle, the baseline review. Now, we've talked a little bit about this already, at least twice. We talked about it yesterday when we were looking at how to look at the impacts of excursions, the Jeep Safari, the water park, and we talked a little bit about it this morning when we were looking at destinations, and the fact that you need to perhaps sometimes look at things like the carrying capacity and access, who's getting a piece of the profit of tourism and these sorts of things. So this isn't something that's completely new now. It should be something that you're thinking, yeah, I can see how I'm going to do that. One of the tools that you need in order to do a baseline review is a checklist, really, of things that you could expect to find in the business. And the good news is that because Travelife now has been running since 2004, then we've collected over those years, 9 years, a big, huge box of actions that work for different businesses that you can identify as things that you might or might not do in your business. And if you're not doing any of them, then it's a bit of a baseline review. So if you look through all of those actions and you say, no, I'm not doing that, I'm not doing that, I'm not doing that, I'm not doing that, that helps you to think, well, should I be doing it? Yeah, I should. So this is a good way of tackling this baseline review. So, I want to put this up. Here we go. So this is why, in practice, whilst this is the logical sequence, it's good to be doing a bit of this, because that process helps to give you the information that drives that process. It can be done without that, but it can take a long time. If you do it at the same time as this, the two will help each other. Okay? So, it's important when you do a baseline review to make sure that you cover the different areas of reach of the business. You're not expected to do everything. When you first start working on sustainability, you should be doing it in small steps. We wrote that down over here. Small steps. It's at your own pace, and what you tackle might be totally different to what somebody else tackles. But at least you should be walking across several steps at the same time that are at that level. So you should be covering a step here, 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 and then trying to achieve this ultimately. But for some companies to get to this total impact, it can take a long time. Depends how big the business is. And again, it's a bit of a balancing act. I know in here we've got some large businesses and some not so large businesses. We've got some that have got 5 employees in the room. Well, you could say, well, if there's 5 employees, then the scale of our business is perhaps not so large. It might be easier to do this. But if you've only got 5 people to share the task amongst, that's a challenge. If you've got a bigger company, then you've got a much wider range of things you've got to look at, but you've got more people to help on doing it. So, big company, little company, it's probably what we call even Stevens in the UK. You've both got the same challenges, but in slightly different ways. This checklist is really important. I'm going to show you one in a short while, and that'll let you have a go and see, well, what are we doing and what are we not doing? But this is important. Remember, some of these themes keep coming up again and again and again. Prioritise. So, make sure that you identify the things that are most important in the business, because the people who are all of a sudden seeing you emerging as a company that's working on sustainable development will be watching your every move. They will be saying, okay, do they know how to do it? Are they doing it right? They say that they're doing that, but in fact I've just been here and I can't see any evidence of it. So you are exposing yourself, and that's the downside of being sustainable, is that you are revealing yourself in your true colours. You know, you're opening the door on the company. But actually that's a really good thing, because it shows transparency, credibility, and people embrace it. If you do it in the right way, nobody is going to be concerned about the fact that you've got some things to improve upon. That's fine. If the doors are closed, there's an assumption that you're trying to improve on everything because nothing's good. That's how it goes. So all of this then leads us to the point at which we can now start to make some decisions. Decisions about what we are going to now set into stone, as it were, at least initially, as our policy, as our aims and objectives, the decisions that we make about what we're going to do to show we are more sustainable, that we're managing our negative impacts and we're reducing them, and that we're actually working to enhance and improve and increase the positive impacts. Because it's not just about, remember, levelling those scales. It's about trying to get this side to weigh down more heavily. So there's always room for improvement, and that's the nice thing about sustainability, is you'll never ever reach the end. There's always something more that you can do. Why? Because technology, for instance, is improving on a daily basis. So you can always get better than this. Always. So, what are the rules of the game with policies? Well, you prioritise your impacts during your baseline assessment so that you can see the big things that people are going to be aware of. That might mean if you're an operator or an agency that's working with specific accommodations and you send more people there than anywhere else, that's going to be part of your top priority when you're looking at supplier relationships and product development. Okay? So you would put those into your, not the businesses, but you would put something in the policy that addresses those businesses. Now, this is where you need to be ultimately, not at the beginning. So we're looking at a policy, once you've established a policy, that is covering 3 to 5 years. But if you've not got a policy, then the first time you do one, you might think, well, actually, we're learning now, so let's just do a policy for the first 12 months. I don't want to look any further than that, because we need to use the policy as a means of working out really what's going on in the business. So maybe just 1 year initially, but then when you revise it, that would extend and you would start to split it up into sections. You would say that in the short to mid-term, these are our priorities, and in the long term, we aim to do the following. The long term is more of a wish list, but by putting it into that order, it shows people that you have understood that there are some things that have to be done now and can't be left, but there are other things that might be of importance but may take you some time, and that shows them that you are managing and not just paying lip service to it. It's really important to put it in that way. 5 to 20 pages, that's a sort of a policy of an experienced, established, sustainable company, or more sustainable. You can't be fully sustainable. Initially, your policy might be no more than 1 or 2 sides of A4, and that's fine, that's acceptable. It's got to be really clear. People have to know what it means. They shouldn't have to interpret a policy. Whatever it says should be crystal clear, black and white. It shouldn't, be difficult to know. And it needs to be credible and achievable. If we were to look at the policy that we might think of seeing after reading that mission statement from Apple, for instance, then the mission statement already leads me to think, well, actually, in the policy, I might not really find that many credible things, because that's the direction they're taking me. Well, that's a trap, because you need to be credible. And when you've got your policy together, then you need to make sure that people see it. Internally, externally, everybody. Maybe not the whole policy. You might select parts of the policy that are more appropriate for certain target audiences. So for instance, the whole policy wouldn't be appropriate for travellers. Some of it might be related to supply chain. So you would just give an extract of that policy. But wherever you do it, especially if it's on a website, you would always reference the full policy document and give an option to people to download the whole thing. So it's there if they want to read it. That shows that you've got nothing to hide, okay? But of course, this is where it comes to the crunch. If you put it in a policy, there will be an expectation that you are going to deliver it. So you've got to be seen to be doing what you've put on paper. Otherwise, it's going to be, and I've mentioned this word several times this morning, and it's no surprise we've got a session on it this afternoon, this thing that comes back to bite you, which is called greenwash. And this is where you can really start to create a lot of it if you're not careful. So, the outcome of all of this is that you will have a plan which shows your intention to reduce the negatives and enhance the positives. Now, there are ways in which you can write policies that make them understandable, credible, transparent. And I'm going to give you, or remind you even, because it's a technique that you will have used before, on how you can construct them, and we're going to have a go. So, skip that because I'll tell you that in a second. These are some of the do's and don'ts, okay? When you've got a policy, make sure that you don't allow people in the business to start working on something that's not in it, because that means you will fail to deliver the policy. If they're working on other things, because they're motivated, and once people get into this, they're really motivated because there's nothing bad about sustainability. So they'll come up with lots of good ideas, but if those ideas are not in this document, they're going to prevent you from hitting your targets. So you have to assertively put those extra things into the to-do list. And then when you revise your policy, you can put some of those in and then set some actions for those. So be very careful about that. Anything that you put in should be shaped upon your original assessment. So it's not, we think something's going wrong here, so we're going to put a policy statement in. It's, we know something's going wrong here because here's the proof that it's going wrong, and this is why we put something in the policy. Everybody needs to support it, particularly management, and actually they should be signing it off, and the CEO should be putting a signature on the bottom of it to say, yes, it's accepted and this is what we're going to do. And then that commits everybody to working on it. Don't make it too rigid. If you make a policy rigid, then if anything happens that stops you working on the policy, you are really cutting your nose off to spite your face, as a phrase we use in English. If you make it too rigid, it means that you are making it impossible for yourself. So there's got to be lots of flexibility. So when you set yourself targets, those targets need to be fairly low. You might think, well, actually, I can do a lot better than that, but you don't put it in your policy. You say, I'm going to put in something lower in the policy, then I can exceed it. That's much better than not achieving. Also, you don't want to make the policy so rigid that you can't just put it to one side at some point, because who knows what's going to happen. You know, all sorts of things happen in this planet of ours. Ash clouds, global crises, terrorism, climate change, hurricanes, hell, God knows what happens, doesn't it, that stops us doing tourism. So we've got to allow the policy to be flexible enough so that we can revise it and change it if we think, actually, we're not going to deliver this, and we do a revision. And when you do that, you would put another version number on there. So don't be too ambitious with the things that you put in there. Covered this. Yeah, a policy can evolve. It's a living document. So once you've written it, it doesn't have to sit there for 12 months without any editing. You can produce a new one. But if you do, you must remove all of the old versions from public view, because otherwise some people will be looking at the wrong one and judging you against that instead of the new one. So you've got to make sure you manage that process. It's good to bring your suppliers in to the team. If you create, for instance, it's very good when you start working on this to motivate people to bring together key people in the business into a green team, they're often called, and the best green teams don't have any managers involved. The sustainability manager or coordinator does go in there now and then to keep steering things along, but if this comes from the general workforce, then there's usually a lot better buy-in to things. But if you bring in some suppliers sometimes to the discussions about creating the policy, then they give a bit of a sense check on whether or not some of the things that you've put in there, particularly about them, whether or not they're going to work. Because they'll say, well, okay, that might be your objective for your suppliers, but I can tell you now, as one of your suppliers, I wouldn't accept that. And that's good, that's valuable inside knowledge. Obviously you won't want them around the table constantly, just when you feel that you need them for information. So, it needs to cover those 5 areas basically as a minimum, but you don't have to do everything on internal management. You do your things you can manage now, the quick wins, the things that are going to give you payback and put money into the piggy bank, so that then you've got money there to spend on investments when you come to work on next year's policy statements. This is about new products. That's got to be in there, because if you're becoming a sustainable business, you've got to be showing people that you are thinking about it from the beginning to the end, rather than you just cherry picking bits out of your whole program. Okay, so that's why that's important. And obviously these are the main areas of a business, whether you're an agent or an operator, and to some degree they fit most businesses and even institutions. I'm not going to go through all of those. I mean, you're going to get those slides. I can't remember whether I included them in the workbook. I may have done, I may not. This is responsible travel policy for orderly travel, who some of you may have heard of. They've put their policy on the website. Unfortunately, there's a lot down here. You'd have to scroll down to get to it. But they do a general opening statement about their policy, and then their commitment about what they do. And then underneath, there are some concrete objectives. So, the policy then is a mixture of things that we have decided we no longer do, things that we do, and things that we're going to do. So I call them the don'ts, the do's, and the, I suppose you can call them the what? The dids. Well, the dids are part of the do's. It's the don'ts, the do's, and will do's. There we go. Okay? And you need to be very assertive in the way that you phrase the things that you put into your policy. And I mean by that, you can't be vague. So you can't say something like, we will endeavour to. Well, endeavour is another word for try. And try means, I'm not really sure if I'm ever going to achieve it, but I'll have a go. Well, that's not an assertive, that's a very passive type of a statement. You need to be assertive, and that means we will. We are going to. Okay? Not we will try, or we aim to, or we aspire to. Those are all very wishy-washy. They may or may not ever happen. So some of the don'ts are things like, we do not engage in any activities which involve the sale of endangered species. Okay? That's a decision that's been made and it's never going to change. You don't do it, and you're never going to do it, And it's very easy to tell if you break your own rules, because all of a sudden somebody will see you doing some activity where people can purchase souvenirs made from rhino or whatever. Okay? So those are easy. The do's, they're easy as well. The do's are very easy. We always conduct an impact assessment when choosing new destinations. You could give some details. You could say an impact assessment to measure the environmental, social and economic impact. You can elaborate it on destinations. Again, that's possible to monitor. So it's always going to happen. You can tell if it doesn't. These are the ones that need a little bit more work. You have to craft these, the will-dos, because these are objectives. These are actions that you've not done, but you're going to be doing, okay? And you need to follow the same rules when you write these into your policy as you do when you write objectives in employee appraisal forms, when you do your yearly aims and objectives for employees, if you do them. And if you don't do them, then I thoroughly recommend that you think about doing them, because that's a good way of motivating staff. So, how can we make sure then that these objectives are really going to work? Well, they need to follow these rules. If you remember, I'm sure you've done this before. When you write objectives, they should follow 5 rules. Okay? They should be SMART objectives. Okay? What does the S stand for? That came from somewhere. Specific. Good. Sustainable is a slightly different thing. The sustainability is going to come down here in a second. Okay? The S is about being specific. It's an identifiable objective. Everybody can clearly see what it is. You don't have to think, oh, that means I've got to do this. No, you don't have to do that. It's very easy to interpret, okay? Specific. What does the M stand for?
Measurable.
Measurable, good. So, it's got to be measurable. Now, that means that I've got to know either how much has been achieved or when it's all been achieved. There's got to be a way of knowing. Okay? Now sometimes it's easy because there is a measurement involved, a physical measurement. So for instance, I might set a policy objective that says we will reduce our energy consumption by 20%. Okay? That's not smart yet, but it's the beginnings of a smart objective. We will reduce our energy consumption by 20%. It's specific because it's about energy consumption. Okay? It's measurable because if I've mentioned a figure at any point in time, as long as I'm taking making records, I can show people how close I've got to that reduction. Yeah? There's still something missing from it though. Okay? So, it's specific and it's measurable. What is the A? Achievable. Good. So, what's that? Nerves. Lunch. Nerves. Oh, nerves. I was getting a bit concerned then. I thought, what's going on here? Specific, measurable, achievable. That means that if we were looking at what I've just said, we will reduce our energy consumption by 20%. Is that achievable? Yes. Okay. We will reduce our energy consumption by 90%. Yes, it is achievable. It is achievable. We will reduce our energy consumption by 100%.
It is achievable.
It is achievable, exactly. If you can do it physically, it is achievable. So you've got to think, is this possible? Doesn't matter whether or not you can actually get to it. Just think, is it possible? If it's possible, then it's achievable. However, this is where the next one is going to modify that. Okay? Realistic. Good. Is it realistic? Right, I'm going to reduce my energy consumption by 100%. Is that realistic? No, I won't be able to do anything. I'll have no computer, I'll have no means of transport, I'll have no lighting, no office, air conditioning, nothing. It's totally unrealistic. Okay, I will reduce my energy consumption by 80%. Is that realistic? Well, it might be. But it's because I haven't yet got a smart objective. So I don't know if it's realistic because there's one missing that will help me to modify that. What is the T? Time. Good. Now, some people put time scale, time frame, time bound I use. Because time bound means there's a start and an end, so it's wrapped up in a nice package. So, let's see how that modifies this. Okay, realistic. I will reduce my energy consumption by 80% by the end of 2025. That's realistic, because based on what I'm currently doing and the way technology's going, by 2025, then I might really be able to have done that. However, my policy is only going to cover the next 2 years, maybe 3, 5 years. So I can't put any dates like that in there. So I'm going to reduce my energy consumption by 80% by the end of 2015. I doubt it very much whether I'm going to be able to do that. It is achievable, but it's not realistic because it requires a lot of things to happen in order to get there. So I've got to think, what makes it realistic? I've got to bring the figure down. So a nice, smart objective to do with energy for a business like yours would be, we will reduce our energy consumption by the end of 2014, by 5% by the end of 2014. 5%. Small. You can do a lot better than that. You can probably reduce your energy consumption by, remember yesterday? Anything up to 35%. Quite easily within 12 months to 2 years. That makes it realistic. Does this make sense now?
Yes.
Now then, we just need to do a sense check that the other things we put in our policy follow the same rules. Because that works for the will-dos, because those are objectives, but the other things, which are policy statements, that's statements about things we don't do and things we do, also need to be smart. So they need to be specific, measurable. Okay? Now, if the things we don't do, as long as you can identify it, then you'll know whether or not it's happening. That makes it measurable. Achievable, well, you don't do it, so obviously, you're not doing it now. So you've achieved it. Realistic, well, it depends on whether or not you're expecting other people to do it as well, because that might change that then. It might become unrealistic if you say, we do not work with animals. By virtue of the fact that some of your suppliers do, you are not able to achieve that because you don't have control over it. So you've got to think about that, okay? The same with the do's. If you're going to do something, you'll always be able to do it. The timeline for these is ongoing. So when you write that into the policy, it's obviously interpreted as we always. That's the timeline. Does that make sense to everybody? Good. Now, after we've had lunch, I'm going to ask you to work on this and to create some policy statements. But I think you need to, have a bit of energy before you do that, because what looks quite straightforward isn't. You do need to, yes, but I'm going to give you some other techniques that will help you to think. So I just want to recap just before we break, because we've done a lot now this morning. We thought we did a lot yesterday, but wow, we managed to look at transport, we've looked at destinations, we've looked at opportunities to communicate to customers, we've looked at the 6-step approach. We haven't got right round it yet, but we've looked at engaging people, the elevator pitch. We've looked at mission statements, framing the reason for being. We've looked at the baseline review. We've looked at the how to put together a policy statement and what it means. It's an awful lot of information, okay? But I'm hoping that now things are starting to fall into place a little bit, and you're thinking, actually, if I do it this way, it's going to be a lot easier. And that's what Travelife's built on. And we're going to be spending time this afternoon looking at the Travelife process, which helps you through these stages and makes it really, really easy, because it's all in there. So as long as you interact with the system, then you can't really go that wrong. The only problem you face is getting it to work in the actual situation. That's it. Okay? So just while we're waiting for the other people to arrive, Croatian time, then I'll just remind you that again this is the graveyard shift, so remember you've got this technique to sort of get the energy going. But I did promise that I would tell you a few other techniques that you might find useful. Certainly in a few moments we're going to be doing some real thinking, because I want you to create some policy statements. So to stimulate sort of the brain into creative thinking mode, then there are a few things that you can do. This works everywhere, it's not just here. So for instance, if you're sitting at a desk and you've got to write a report or something like that, and you get what we call writer's block, there are a number of reasons for that. One, your head might be so full of other things that you can't think through it because so many other things are going on. So the best way to clear your head is to do something we call a brain dump, but not when we have like a brainstorm exercise. It's like a brain dump that you would do on a PC. You erase the cache, you clear it out, and you can clear out the cache in your head. And the way to do this is to use the 2 points on the forehead here. They're only very slight bumps. It's easy to locate them because they're about here. But you have to just very, very light pressure with 2 fingers together, okay? And you just rest your fingers lightly on those 2 bumps. And that, if I do it, I can't speak, but that's because I do it a lot. And it just stops me from thinking and speaking. And once you do a few exercises with it, it'll have the same effect on you, I can promise you. So I'm not going to do it because I won't be able to talk through it. But when you do this, the pressure should be that light that you could almost slide a piece of paper between your fingers and your forehead. So it's not, you're not pushing, it's just light pressure. And that it does empties your head, and it's amazing. And there's some real substance in it, because the natural instinct for particularly a mother, when a child is stressed or feeling pain, or there's lots of things going on and they're crying or whatever, is to put the hands on the forehead. And actually that stimulates these 2 points. So it's really a natural instinct that we're just replicating. So anyway, that's to do the brain dump. That's to get rid of the clutter inside the cache. Now what you need to do is you need to re-engage the brain to make it work. So what you can do is you can do an exercise which is about creative thinking, and you draw a figure of an 8. It's good to use something like a pen. So at arm's length, you hold the pen, you keep your head straight and you focus on the tip, and then you move the pen in a figure of 8 on its side, but the 8 has to rise in the middle rather than drop. So it has to go round, and you follow it without moving your head with your eyes all the way around, rising in the middle, remember, up in the middle, and like this. This is really good for getting the brain to coordinate its thought centres with the eyes, so it all flows quite nicely onto the paper. The other thing that you can try, if in the office you think, oh God, I can't do that in the office, people think I've flipped. So you can do it on a piece of paper and just do a figure of 8, but it must always go up in the middle, remember, not down, because it has the opposite effect. So if you do it the other way around, it can disengage. So if you want to try and calm yourself down, then you would do this, and then you would disengage with a low figure of 8, and that stops the creative flow. Okay, so you've got to be careful how you use it. The other thing you can do is you can also do some spatial awareness with your eyes, which means that you look up without moving your head. You look up, and then you look down to the floor, and then you look over to the left and over to the right, and you just do this about 4 or 5 times, and you can do it quite fast. And this actually, it reconnects the left and the right side of the brain, so that's very good. And then the last thing is that you can what I didn't tell you was also is that when you do this figure of 8, if you ever suffer from ringing in your ears, sometimes you can feel this noise, yeah? Try this. You do the figure of 8, but instead of holding the pen, you put your hands out like this, okay? And you rest whichever ear it is that's got the ringing in it. If it's both, you'd have to do them one after the other. You rest that ear on your shoulder, and you do exactly the same movement. So you go up in the middle, and you go round like this. And as you do that, it massages the lower energy centres of the ear in the right place, and it clears the tinnitus, we call it. I don't know if that's the same word you use in Croatian. What was the other thing I was going to tell you? Oh yes, sometimes we get switched. The left side of the brain should control the right side of the body, and vice versa, and that's a normal situation. But unfortunately, because inherently as human beings we do things during the course of the day that really are not that good for us, we actually cause the body to go into this switched mode where it's actually gone from this crossover state to a parallel state. And this side of the brain tries hard to control this side of the body and vice versa. You can often find some people that have been switched because they start bumping into things or they trip over. These people are switched. And the way to switch yourself back again is to get the body to physically go through the motion of being switched. Being unswitched. So, switched would be something like when you're sort of moving an arm and a leg like this. This is switched and doing it on the same side. But if you're actually in the right crossed over condition, then you would do it like that. And that's sometimes for some people is quite difficult to do, doing them opposite. And if you can't do it, it's probably because you are switched. So to get yourself unswitched, the best way to do it is to do it quite physical. And that is to put your elbow onto your knee, because that is easier to do. So you do this just 4 or 5 times. You can do it while you're sitting down. And then you cross it over, okay, about 3 times. And you do it a few times, and that will switch you back again to this condition, okay? I've got lots and lots and lots of these, because that's not why we're here. And that was free. I always say that. I didn't charge you for that. So, let's get back to this then. So hopefully now we're a bit more energised and we can think clearly. I want you to compose some policy statements. In the workbook on page probably 6 or 7. Yeah, on page 6. You have 5 boxes. And I would like you, yourself, okay, on your own, to try and write just one very simple policy statement or objective. Remember, the statement is where you've made a decision already about something you do or something you don't, that you always do or you always don't. The objective is something you are going to do. And whatever they are, they have to follow those SMART objective rules. Remember too, the things that go into a policy are broad things. So you would not put in a policy that we're going to move the printer out there. That's an action. And that action is about trying to get people to reduce paper consumption. So the policy objective is about paper consumption, and then you can break that down into smaller individual actions. Okay? Same with energy. You wouldn't put, we're going to change all the light bulbs for the lowest available technology in a policy. You would put something about energy reduction in a policy. Then when you write an action plan, that's when you refer to the light bulbs. Does that make sense? So these should be really simple. Most good policies contain statements and objectives that are no more than a sentence each. So it shouldn't take you long to compose this, theoretically, just about 5 minutes. So I want you to try one for each. The first one is something to do with internal management. So either choose something environmental or choose something about employees or the community. Just one. And write one for that. The next one is product development. So when you're creating a new product, what are you going to do? What is your objective there? That's about sustainability, remember. All this is about sustainability. Then the third one is about existing suppliers. So what can you do with existing suppliers to make them more sustainable? And then the fourth one is cooperation with the destination. So what can you do with the resorts or the community leaders? If you've got some CBT type of projects that you work with as businesses, maybe you can think about what you could do with those, because that would work here as well. And then the last one, what can you do with customers that you don't already do? Try to make these things that you are going to be able to incorporate in your real policy when you start working on that yourselves, okay? I'm just going to give you 5 minutes to see what you can write down. If you've finished, test it out on the person sitting next to you to see if they think that they are smart, and then we'll have some examples. Okay? Just 5 minutes for that. If you're struggling with this, by the way, I'm going to ask the UHPA guys and Ivana and you know, whoever else here, mingle amongst people and help them to construct some good statements. Okay, it doesn't matter if you haven't done 5. Some people might have done more than 5. That doesn't matter. What I'm looking for now is some ideas that you've come up with of things that you could potentially put into a sustainability policy, okay, in each of these 5 different categories. So, who's got something that they would like to share for the for the internal management section, but to do with environment? Has somebody got an environmental policy statement or an objective? Got one over there?
Decrease the paper weight by 20% by the end of 2014.
Okay, so we will decrease the paper waste by 20% by the end of 2014. Good, that's a really nice, broad policy statement about paper management. That's good. And that's acceptable at that level. If you were talking about individual things you do, you put that in the action plan. I like it. Good. Somebody got a different environmental.
Well, I just want to respond first to that. If we are already doing it, conducting it in our business, so we are not planning to do it by the end of to 14.
Uh-huh.
So can we say that we are already giving special attention, or we do careful management of energy and water resources, or minimizing paper and plastic waste?
Yes.
Can we generalize
You
like
can,
that, or
but you
do we
need to.
want-
Do a statement.
No, you can do a statement because that's about the do's and the, you know, it's one of these do's and don'ts one, isn't it? Where is it? Up here somewhere. Yeah, that will fall into this bit here. So what you're going to say is we actively manage our paper consumption so as not to produce excessive waste. And we do this using whatever techniques you use. So you're just making a statement about what you do and giving people a little bit of information that helps them to actually be able to see that it works.
How much and how?
You don't need to give the figures because that's a report. You might, you might say that you can still report on progress. Just because you do it doesn't mean you can't improve. So you're just saying this is what we do, but in your report you would then put, as a result of us taking this as a bold statement, we only used this amount of paper this year compared to this amount of paper last year. That's the next step.
I have one, so since we're a venture travel company, we
Uh-huh.
should know a lot about nature protection. So one of the objectives would be to motivate employees to involve in nature protection projects.
Oh, I really like that.
By paying, for example, daily salary for the day when they're involved, or somehow to motivate them to.
Okay. So what you've got to be a little bit careful of here is that you don't make this, I mean this is a specific objective, but you don't make it too much about an action. Because if it's just one thing, then that's just too specific. It needs to be a little bit broader than that. So you can talk about motivating employees towards environmental issues, yes? And again, it's maybe one of these things, and we do this by whatever, okay?
But this was more like to be involved in real projects, like, I don't know, protection of vultures but there would be a list or something of projects that we would somehow fund in a way.
Uh-huh.
Can that be in cooperation with destination, like?
Yeah, you could put that but in two places. It depends. The emphasis is either on the destination or it's on the employee, so it could go in two places. And it doesn't matter if a policy objective sits across several categories, it doesn't matter. That's good. Okay, what about the next section then on supply chain? This is about developing a product. What have you got for that? So let's have a couple of examples. Somebody over here got one for the product development? What's yours?
We give sustainable options and advantage when creating programs.
We give sustainable options and advantage. What do you mean by that?
We choose sustainable, we give them, we choose sustainable options instead of choosing unsustainable.
Okay, so you prioritise.
Prioritise.
This might be the word that you want to put in there somewhere, but that, again, that's a nice one. You're doing really well with these actually. They're all coming out as very smart objectives. I like them. Another one for product development.
To the end of 2014, make a contract with 50% of the travel agency they give to us buses for our tour, that they must give buses not older as 2 years.
Okay, so again, that's a nice smart objective. I'm not sure whether that's about new product or whether that's about existing suppliers.
No, because they must be new.
These are new ones. Okay, so when you work with a new supplier, we will do this and we'll make sure that, okay, good, that works nicely. Anybody got another one?
Yes. Question, it can be only an environmental or it can be in other sustainable products?
Could be anything.
Okay. We will create product that will be culturally and morally sustainable. We will not provide products that are immorally and culturally for some destination uncultural and immoral.
Okay.
And
I can see where you're going with this, but I think you need to split this up because the moral and cultural are two separate things.
So the core is that we will create products that will be culturally and morally sustainable.
Okay,
Till
that
the end
works.
of the 2050.
Okay, but we will create products. How many products? Where's the measurable bit there? Because is that one or is that 100 or?
You can say every new product.
Or every new product. If this is going to be our product development, then that works.
30%, maybe 50%, our product will be like that.
And the others are immoral.
This is where you have to be careful because you could, when you write a policy statement, you could then expose yourself as not doing things in a sustainable way. So you've got to be very, very careful about how you construct them. But again, just with a bit of work, I think that one will work.
Yes.
Okay. I like the fact that most of these are smart.
Or maybe they can organize some kind of event of local handicrafts or local food. Actually, we have something similar in Travelife. But we could develop, or some agency could do something like that, like events. So local society or local community would be aware that they are kind of leading to sustainability and ecological handicrafts, because would be a little bit negative right now. We should start to develop handicrafts in Croatia. I would always give 100 kunas more than buy some product that is made in China. Sorry. I mean,
with a proviso
locals.
that they're what people want.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you end up getting people producing all of these things that actually nobody wants to take them home with. So you have to be careful, but that's a good idea. That's a nice one. You've also got to be a little bit careful that you don't put something in a policy that's just a one-off, because then that's an action rather than a broad policy statement. So if it's about we provide opportunities for people to purchase at every opportunity souvenirs and products that are locally made or whatever. Yeah, good. That's a little bit more long term than just having something that could be perceived as anecdotal. Then the next one was about existing suppliers. So what about something for existing suppliers? Got one?
Well, in our business, I think we will make a checkup of all the existing coaches that we use to have a minimum of, I don't know, Euro 3 or something, eco standard. So there is a standardization of all vehicles.
Okay.
Euro 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so this is a bit vague to me at the moment. I can see that this is an idea that you've got that you'd like to do, but how do you make this into a concrete, smart objective?
Send a questionnaire to all the existing transport companies that we use.
That's an action, not a policy statement. Sending a questionnaire is an action.
Yeah.
What's the reason behind it?
Until 2015, demand that all our transport partners have a minimum of eco standard.
Okay, so by the end of 2015, all our partners will operate to a standard equivalent to whatever. That's a nice policy statement. Okay, good, excellent. Another one?
For example, we will make a contract that till the end of 2015, 50% of the hotel with we work must have a sustainability label, and that the food that they serve must be controlled, and 50% of this food must have eco label.
Okay, you've got, that's two, isn't it?
Yeah.
You keep
that
those
is
separate.
in the hotels.
Yes. Okay. What I would say is.
But because they can have a label of sustainability, but not have that for the food.
Yes. What I would say is you've got to be careful that it's going to be realistic, because you've got 15% is quite high. When you think about how many hotels you work with, how many hotels are there at the moment that you've got to choose from that are going to be able to deliver that to you?
For the beginning, we can make that for Croatia, because we have much more control in Croatia. Yes, because in Albania or Bulgaria or Romania, I can have just a little control.
Okay. I think it's good, but I just think that your anticipation of how much you'll be able to do is a little bit high, because in fact, certification of hotels at the moment, globally, is less than 0.25% of the industry. 0.25 of hotels have some form of formal certification. So 15% of your bed stock is quite a lot. There's another way of doing it. You could say that 15% of our customers will stay in sustainable hotels, and it might be that one hotel contains more than 15% of your customers.
Yes.
That's better, that's achievable. Okay?
Mine is more realistic. I said that we promote more suppliers that are environmentally sustainable. That way, like more sustainable.
Okay.
Like you promote them on a web page and on other sites,
Okay.
other channels, but
again,
you cannot don't work with others that are not sustainable.
You don't work with people that are not sustainable.
No,
You're not saying that.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. So you give special promotions to sustainable suppliers. Okay, that works. We give special promotions to sustainable suppliers as a means of reward or whatever. Yeah. Okay, good. Anybody got another one for this? How about we look for something for cooperating with a destination? What could we have there?
I have more an example than it's a statement.
Go on then.
It's a good idea, I think. Well, as you kind of have the destination as Dubrovnik, you know how the things go in Dubrovnik. All the buses, foreign and local, come and put the whole people in front of the old city. So that is an issue right now, that all the agencies have to pay 100 euros to access the old city. So it's better for the local stuff and economically to have the local buses from one point to bring all those people inside the old town. That would be good for the economy of the city, but still for the whole environment around the old town.
Okay, so this.
I'm sorry? You are from Dubrovnik?
Yes.
Okay.
There
But
are.
that's just idea, because we have the local community, which is
But you can turn this into a very good objective. There are some things in there that you've just described that lend themselves in turning them round into some real objectives.
It is a good objective and good idea, but the local community is almost impossible.
Okay, so the key here is you've got to think a little bit outside the box. How could you make it work? It's about the small steps again. Going back to, okay, we can't do it all, but we could do at least something. Yeah? Be careful that doesn't become an action though. But I like that idea. That's good. Okay, well, we really need to move on, but maybe one for customer relations. Anybody got one for customer relations?
Perhaps education of customers.
Educating customers, okay. So either make that one of the do's. We educate all our customers in the principles of sustainable or environmental management or whatever. Okay, but you've got to show how you do that then, because people will say, that's a big statement, a bold statement.
Well, we would do it directly to our guides.
Okay.
For example, about environment issues in Croatia. So during the tour, our guides speak and present environmental issues in Croatia and invite them to perhaps fund or some local project.
Okay, so all our tour guides are trained to deliver blah blah blah. Good, like that one. Excellent.
Can we add to newsletter, for example, to the clients?
Yes, but the newsletter then becomes an action because it's a method of achievement.
Electronic communication. We use electronic communication communication instead of classical paper communication to reduce carbon.
Yes, that could be a policy statement. Again, it's leaning a little bit towards an action, but it could be a policy statement. But an individual thing, like a questionnaire, would be an action. Okay? Good. I think you've taken on those really well, and that helps us now to move forward a little bit. When you've written your policy, you need to share it with people, but don't do that until you're confident that you are happy to stand by what's in it. Because as soon as people see it, they will start the clock ticking and they will be monitoring your performance against the policy. So you've got to be comfortable that you've got it right. And it does take a while for everybody to agree and then, get it signed off by the person at the top to say, yes, we are committing to this, and then get it out there. Don't forget to put a publication date and a version number on your policy. So if you change it, you know which one you're working to. Make sure that everybody internally understands it and buys into it. So somewhere in their objectives, they've got some statements about how that fits into this overarching company policy. And then talk to your stakeholders about it. So if you've got key suppliers, you might actually hold a little meeting if you bring them together for some reason or other. Or when you're going out contracting, then that's when you might sit down and talk to people about the policy. Or you might just put it on a website and then send an email out to people saying, please see our revised policy. It's available on this link or whatever. Just get it out there so people can see it. Okay, so now we're coming around the second half of the cycle. We've got to this point here. We need really to commit to action now. So these things that we put in there are going to make this work. And action planning is a little bit like the policy planning as well. We need to make sure that the actions are as well smart, but you've got to determine who is the person that's most likely to be able to complete this task. So the decisions that go into action planning are who, what resources are needed. Do they just need time, or do they need to spend some money? Have we got to commit some budget to it? Where's that coming from? Well, ultimately, it might come out of that sustainability bank once you start creating one. So who, what are the resources, how are they going to do it? So what's the method? What skills do they require? Do they need to be trained before they can complete that action? And lastly, when is it going to be done by? So those things all fit into that SMART set of rules, but these are the considerations when you action plan. And the role of the coordinator, the sustainability manager or coordinator, is to make sure that all of these actions that people are given to do are sequenced, so that if someone has to do something that relies upon somebody else, that their output is done in readiness for the person that then does the next step. So you've got to make sure that it all fits together nicely, and your role then is to just monitor progress and keep people moving along. Well, that can become quite a complicated task, monitoring all of this, which is why Travelife has got an action planning module in it, so that you can actually go through all of the individual actions and tasks and set them for people, and then it sequences it. You put the dates in and the measurables, and it can report to you whether or not people have completed the steps. It's a very sophisticated system in terms of the fact that it's managing it for you. You need to know when these things have been achieved. So what is it that will tell you that it's complete? Is it the delivery of something, or is it that you've reached a particular measurement or something along those lines? I think we've covered those. Okay, so that means that you will have a plan, and initially it probably might not be so big, but ultimately it can be huge. I mean, if you look at the action plan for TUI, I mean, it's colossal. every single member of staff, and they employ over 50, well, just in the sort of European sector, they employ over 50,000 employees. I mean, it's just huge. So it's got to be managed and coordinated. We're going to give you one of these now, which is from Travelife. It's a set of actions that are things that people have done historically. So these have already been done by other operators and agents in the field of internal management, just the environmental bit. So it's pretty much a set of, I wouldn't say it's a complete set, because there's always some things that other people could find to do. But as much as we know, these are the current practices that people are undertaking to show that they're being more sustainable in internal environmental management. And what we want you to do now is to look through those lists. There's 5 pages of it. You can do it very quickly. And there are 3 columns. It says, I do it already. So if it's something you do, tick it. If you don't do it already, then the next column says, I want to do it. So it's something you think, actually, makes sense, I can do it, as long as I've got the right equipment. Yeah, I'll try that. And then the third one says, I will not do it. Okay? Now, the remarks box next to it, I would like you to put in there, if you're doing something, fine. If you're going to do it, then who might be responsible for that? Okay? But more so, if you won't do something, I want you to just put down the reason why. Because we're going to go through this after you've had 10 minutes going at it to see which things you don't feel you can do. Because one of the things that always comes out of these trainings is that at the end people come and they say, it was all very good, but you know, we're a very small company, there's only 3 of us, and actually all of this stuff is good for the big boys, they can all do this, but what chance have we got? Well, actually, you've got as much chance as everybody else. It's about how you prioritise and what things you think are important. There might be some things you think you can't do. I'm going to show you different ways in which you might tackle them. Okay? So have a go, spend just 10 minutes going through these sheets now, ticking those boxes. Don't worry too much about the remarks. We're not collecting these in, by the way. These are for you to just keep and hold on to. Okay, it doesn't matter where you are, because you're going to take these away. You can complete that at your leisure tomorrow or next week if you're going to have a few days off to recover after the 2 days. So what we like to do now is 2 things. We're going to tell you what is in the partner level criteria for Travelife, because that is what we want you ultimately to aspire to, and see whether or not what you've put down there fits in with that. So it'd be interesting, because as Avita goes through these, if you've said, I will not do it, then you ain't going to get partner level. And if you've said, I can't do it, then we've got some issues we need to think about. So that's going to be quite a useful exercise. And then we'll have a look at any of the things that you've said, I cannot do it, okay? So, do you want to go through the partner level ones first?
Yes. So I'm going to read which of these criteria are obligatory in partner level. Now I will switch in Croatian because it will be much faster. Znači, čitam ove tu brojeve na papiru koji su obavezni da bi dobili partner certifikat. Znači, daće vam priliku da vidite kako stojite sa sadašnjim standardom u smislu što možda već radite, a što je obavezno. Znači, sad čitam samo ono što je obavezno za ispuniti. Tu ima cijeli niz standarda, ali nisu svi obavezni da bi dobili certifikat. Čitam brojeve, ovo 3 točka. Znači, 3.3, 3.4, 3.11, 3.13, 3.15 i sad ide od 3.19 do 3.22, znači ovih 4. Znači 3.19 do 3.22. Tri 32, 3.33,
3.34.
Pardon. Ispravka, zanemarite to. Zanemarite ova zadnja dva. Znači 3.22 ostaje ovo što smo rekli, ova 4 u nizu. Znači 3.19 do 3.22 kako smo i rekli. A onda idemo na waste management. Ništa. Kod vode ništa, voda ništa nije obavezna. I onda samo pod waste management 3.35 i 3.36. I šećer na kraju. $3.40. Reuse, recycling of waste.
A sada jedno pitanje.
Znači to je obavezno u ovom dijelu koji se odnosi na internal management environment. These are obligatory standards for partner level.
So, the question is,
Например, я ovim dijelom, jer ja nemam brošura, ja ne štampam brošure.
Da, pa nije da štampam brošure,
A da mogu staviti tu. A ovaj tu, obzirom da mi imamo mali ofis, mislim, imamo sam mali ofis, znači ne vidimo, mi vidimo kad dođemo u ofis, koga je više i ja samo to.
Ako ne možete izvesti.
Nema, imamo samo jedan, da je mali ofis i kad je dobro da ga ugasimo.
Even though it's more expensive to stop one than actually we use several we actually really turn off, switch off the lights. So implementing that automatic switch on off is actually quite costly, much costlier than actually what we are doing.
but it says where this is practical.
Mi ga ne mjerimo za greenhouse, ja nemam sve.
You can justify it. That's fine.
Greenhouse gas and or carbon emissions are calculated factors are compared to emissions.
Okay, I need to explain now because when you look through the list of the things that are obligatory, and you look at where you put your ticks or crosses, however you did it, you will find a mismatch. Because you will find that some things that are obligatory, you have said, I either will not do it, or I can't. Okay? Now then, before we start getting people shouting them out, I need to just ask you to read the question, because at least several of them do say, where possible, where practical. Okay? If that's there, as long as you can justify reasonably, in sustainability terms, a reason for not doing it, that doesn't mean that you won't achieve that criterion. It's about being able to justify you not doing it. Okay? Compliance is about if it has to be done, is it being done? The second thing is that if something is physically out of your control, then you cannot do it, and that is justification for not achieving that obligatory step. And that's acceptable. So whilst on the face of it, it looks like you have to physically have all these things, some things Travelife recognises is not possible because of the situation that you are in. But you have to give evidence to prove that that is the case. If it's just your decision, actually no, I'm just not doing this because it's just too expensive or I can't be bothered, that's not acceptable. Okay? So, based on what I've just said then, are there any things that are obligatory that give you some cause for concern on that list?
Okay, so I only have one problem, more or less.
Okay.
A printing company, which has a certificate, system ISO or something, whatever. In my town, there are big chances that there is not one printing company that has any kind of certificate, which means that I would have to, for example, order my brochures to be printed in Zagreb. So physically I can do it, but I mean, my expenses are higher. I'm polluting air with some other car who will bring my brochures to Šibenik, so it makes no sense if I don't manage to find
Which number is it?
So I have to apologize. I have to apologize first. Some of the criteria are a bit mixed up. So let's go back a few minutes behind and forget that something happened. So let's go. I will read the criteria. Some are different. Okay. So again. 3.3 office paper type.
Okay.
3.4 office paper printing.
Okay.
Then one small mistake, it's 312 promotional material. Nothing, forget about the printing company.
311.
So 312 promotional material.
So that's solved yours already.
One question less. Okay, so in the energy reduction policy.
Efficient brochure use 13
No. So I'm reading just. Yes. Paper only promotional materials.
Energy is 315.
Energy consumption. Energy reduction policy. 3.14. Forget everything that I said before. then it's sustainable energy. It's 3.17. Perhaps this is a good example to show that because in Croatia we can't actually buy sustainable energy. There is no proof that it's being produced. For heating.
3.8.
3.17 sustainable energy.
Okay, but it says in case it's locally available. But it isn't, you don't. So it's fine. Okay?
Energy consumption
So forget everything said before. Just write energy reduction policy 314. Then we switch to equipment switch off policy, which is 321.
317 is obligatory if it's available, but if it isn't available, then it's not obligatory.
Then it's light switch off policy.
Broj, koji broj?
Then it's low energy equipment, 323.
A broj već.
And 324 efficiency mode.
Okay.
So we have 323 and 324, yes?
322,
22,
323,
23,
24.
Yes.
22, 23, 24.
Then in water consumption, no obligatory criteria.
I gdje je to? Koji broj? Šta lijepi ovaj ide?
From 326 to yes, until 335, no obligatory criteria. Then in waste management, it's waste legislation 335, waste reduction 336, and reuse recycling 340.
Okay.
Okay, this is just an exercise to get you to see how are you complying at this moment with standard. We will give you this in the end. The idea is to have a feedback from you because this partner standard is something that can be adjusted according to Croatian needs, situation, and law and all other requirements. As we have seen, sustainable energy is not something that can be obligatory element. I mean, it can, but it can't be fulfilled. So in the end of the training, we will give each of you this partner standard, or we will also send it in electronic form. So who wants to take it in paper form, it will be there on the table.
It's not sustainable.
You are correct, it's not sustainable, but some of you may be traveling home, so perhaps it's good to read, and because once you get in the office and open 40 unread mails, perhaps this will be the last thing on your mind. So yes, I will send it also by email. But who wants can take the paper version.
Okay.
Sorry for misunderstanding.
So, are there any, just very quickly, are there any things on there, on the list that Ivica's read out, that gives you real cause for concern? No. Good. Okay. That's good news. Secondly, are there any things that you've put in the last column? I will not do it.
Rainwater.
Which one?
333.
333. So 333 rainwater. Okay. I guess for small offices that's a bit difficult, especially if you don't own the office. But if you do own the office, then it is something that you could consider. Certainly, I'm going to be doing quite a lot of work on my own house, and I already collect rainwater anyway to put into tubs. So in the summer, when they have hose pipe bans, which we get all the time, I've got water in a tub and I can use it to water the garden. But I'm considering also putting a tank in to collect water, so that when we have water cuts, because we're likely to get those, because it's just going to get worse, I've got water I can use to flush the toilet and things like this. It's possible that you can implement those measures. with a bit of thought. It depends on whether or not you've got the resources to do it, but it's not an essential. It's a nice to have, that one, I would say. What about another one?
Few of them have measure something. I mean, we're really sick. We don't have the time for that.
Which one?
There's the 3 water use, 3 water use, the water use is measured on a monthly and yearly basis for benchmark purposes. And sources of water are in
What's the number?
328.
328. Okay.
There's something similar for energy.
Okay. What I would say about that is that if you don't have any control over it, then that's acceptable. But if you do, and you've got a meter, then for me personally, I would not accept somebody who has a water meter, who has control of it, not recording things at least once a month.
Yeah, bills. We already 5 cubic meters every month for the whole office, so
Yes.
it doesn't change.
Depends on the size of your office. How big's your office?
50 meters.
How many people?
4.
Right, it's not important. But there's, we've got somebody here who's got 70 employees across the businesses. Anybody got more than 70 employees? Yeah? So then it might become more of an issue. And what you've got to remember is that sustainability is showing people that you are managing issues, and what you don't measure, you can't manage because you have absolutely no idea how much the consumption is. So it depends on the scale. So these bigger businesses, it might be that it's appropriate for you to be measuring water, if it's in your control. Okay? What else? Anything else? On the face of it, when you look at these things, some are, they're quite realistic things. It's just the scale and the priority. And a large number of these on your own list might be quite low down, and others might be quite high up. And everybody's going to have a slightly different list. Okay? Travelife's got one of these for everything, in every area, every field of management. Supply chain, transport, accommodations, excursions, destinations, internal management for the environment, internal management for the social bit, and employee management, everything. So you don't have to start reinventing the wheel, and I said that a few times, because it's already there. And you can use this to do your baseline assessment. What are we doing, what are we not doing? So it's just a question of somebody having the time to sit down and go through it in the system. Okay? That's the hardest bit, is finding the time. Okay, so the next step around the cycle, having done the action plan, is to keep a track of how we're doing, and that's generally the role of the coordinator to perhaps delegate it out to the green team. They might then have a group of people that they're monitoring, so it all feeds into this bigger evaluation process. And then, when you've done this evaluation, then you need to be preparing some formal report, at least one internally for the things that are about internal management, and one that's for public consumption about things which impact on other places, other people, other businesses. And that then means that you come to the point where you've got a report and you can tell people how you've performed. It does not matter if you haven't achieved the targets in your policy, as long as you give an explanation as to the reason why. But if you fail to put something in your report about something that's in your policy, people justifiably will come and ask you questions. Okay? Please remember, as you're going through your action planning and you're monitoring it, if all of a sudden something happens that means you can't pursue that anymore, you do have to think, do I need to go back to the policy and make any adjustments there? Because some things, they might be so big that it would be a huge gap in your report if you hadn't achieved it. So you've got to think, is this business about balancing what's in your policy against what you can do and what you can report on. Okay? And that's it, we've been through the cycle, and that's the process. Okay? We've done that. So, now that we've learned how to do it, how can it then work for you? Are you desperate for a cup of coffee? No? Oh, it is on there at 3 o'clock. Yes, okay. Who wants to have a coffee break now? A few people. Okay, a few people do. So let's have a coffee break now. We won't be finishing until 5:30. So if we have a coffee break now, that means you'll be going for 2 hours. Time goes quite. This will take about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Let's carry on. So, consensus is always the best approach, I feel. It's a very good sustainability tool. So, this is now about how you use what you've learned to do better business. So, how you talk to customers and suppliers for that matter to engage them better and ultimately get more business and more repeat business and better volume is going to depend on a number of factors. What you say, how you say it, and how that sits against these policies and actions that you've been doing. So there are some do's and don'ts, and I've talked more today about greenwash than yesterday, but several times about this sort of concept of painting something very colourful and rosy and good, but underneath not doing any of those things. So just using it as a smokescreen. And there are some pitfalls that you need to be aware of when you're working on sustainability that you could fall into. And there are 10 indicators of greenwash coming up, and it might be interesting when you go back to the business to have a look at what you've got on your website, in your brochures, information that you give out to people, what you can identify in here. And you'll find some. So, this is the first one. Fluffy language, eco-friendly. That means something different to you probably, as it means to me, as it means to you, as it means to you. We all have our own understanding of what that means, and it doesn't really mean a great deal, to be honest. Eco-friendly. So it's just very fluffy, it's nonsense to use it. And it's just a smokescreen really, because it doesn't say anything. That gives us no indication at all as to what it is. Eco-friendly. Eco-assured is the same sort of thing. This Chevron, remember, inherently dirty company, but they might produce or do something that's good, okay? And they spend a lot of time and effort promoting that to make them look really good company, when in fact underneath it they can't avoid being a dirty company because it's the nature of the business. So again, it's better not to get involved in that, trying to colour it. Just try to show people how you limit the impact. Suggestive pictures, I mean, what a load of rubbish is this? You know, fragrant flowers coming out of the back of a car. I don't know whenever that happens unless somebody's stuck petals in the back of one when somebody's getting married. It's a common thing to do in the UK, although it can be a bit dangerous, is to attach things to the back of people's cars and shove things up the exhaust and all sorts of things like that. This one, irrelevant claims. So look at this. Everything is perfect. Yeah? Exactly. When you're taking one small thing when everything else isn't. There's a good example of that with some of the large companies actually that I've worked with in the past, where they do something that's really good actually, like they collect money from customers to buy a hybrid vehicle that they then donate to a village, which is then used to take local school children to school. I mean, that's fantastic. That's about community support and development and inclusion, giving back. But then if you talk about that, to try and use that as a means of showing people that you are sustainable or green, but actually the transport you pick people up from in the airport with isn't so good, or your general transport across the programme is pretty crap, then this is just nonsense. It's just tokenism, and that's greenwash. Best in class, well that's interesting if everybody else is dreadful. It just means that you are not quite as dreadful as everybody else. So be careful about making those sort of statements. We are the best. You see it all the time. We are the best. Yeah, the best of the bottom of the pile. Just not credible. Eco-friendly cigarettes. Who ever heard of it? Well, we've got a double whammy here anyway. Eco-friendly, we don't know what that is. But trying to make out that something that's not particularly good for you is environmentally friendly in some sort of a way. Absolute nonsense. Gobbledygook, people use this all the time. Although, in some countries now, the trade descriptions laws have taken into account some of this. So you are not allowed to use some of these words if they are giving misleading messages. But people often use things like laboratory tested on products. Laboratory tested, well, in what laboratory? What tests? How? How significant were they? You often see it, they still do it on adverts for toothpaste in the UK. Clinical trials proved that blah, 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 blah. You also see it with things in tinned cat food for some reason. People say 9 owners out of 10 prefer this cat food. Well, do they eat it themselves? I don't know. It's a similar sort of thing. Imaginary friends or associations. This is the certified. Well, what does that mean? Certified. Certified by what? By who? For what? When? Why? Doesn't mean anything. It's just imaginary. An endorsement that you've just chosen out of thin air. You see this a lot. Next time you go to the supermarket, you have a look on some products. Because it's not just sustainability that products are certified for. They're certified for health and safety and, all manner of things. Quality. You see quality assured stamped on something. But you look on it, you can't find any labels or anything.
Just a question, when you go to the supermarket, do you go mad? Or when you see all those products over there?
I wear dark glasses and I just choose what I know on the shelf. When I stay in hotels, it's a bit of a nightmare because my background, which I didn't share with you yesterday, is originally in health and safety. So of course, when I walk into a hotel, I've got health and safety and sustainability coming at me from all corners. So when I go on holiday, it's really difficult to switch off, let me tell you. I walk around the hotel checking fire escapes, I look at the swimming pool. If I can see a way of getting into the kitchens without being noticed, I'm in. It's hard work, let me tell you. So, if you say something but you've got no evidence, then that's just another example of greenwash. Remember, evidence is really important. Outright lies which make claims, so you know that it's a lie, obvious form of greenwash. So people see through all of these, you don't fool people. It just makes you look stupid, really. Here's an example of a fictitious, I have to say, airline. Fly Green Jet, even the name is giving you some illusion. And look at this strapline, and erase your carbon footprint. That's a physical impossibility, because once you've got your footprint, it's there. You can never get rid of it, unless somehow you can suck it out of the air. Carbon sequestration, yeah, I suppose we've got that, but it won't go for your personal footprint, it'll go for everybody's. Travel with GreenJet, the low-carbon airline. We're planting trees, so you can fly as often as you please. It's not just travelling we think about. All our meals are organic and locally sourced, and we serve fair trade coffee. It's eco-assured, and We're giving you beautiful, wonderful smells in the areas that we fly over. So there's a bit of everything in there.
So this is a real, this is not
No, this is not real.
Okay.
No, although there are some airlines that spring to mind when I look at this, and I look at some of the marketing. I've recently booked some flights with Wizz Air, and they've got some bit of greenwash going on. And Air Berlin have a bit of greenwash going on for a while, although they've taken it out. KLM are not so good, let me tell you. They have quite a bit of greenwash still going on. Anyway, this isn't a tourism example, but this is a real life example of a company that's very carefully making sure that it isn't greenwashing. So it's a company called Travelife, and their shoes are made out of reclaimed leather. They describe it here somewhere. Our beautiful shoes are made from reclaimed leather and 100% recycled materials, so there's no hidden impact behind the hide. You might not get that, it's a bit of a play on words, because the hide is the skin of an animal and it's the leather. Okay? We do not use PVC, and our products are entirely free of toxic contaminants like cadmium and lead residues. All of this is traceable, it's all truthful, it's relevant to the product. Now you can feel as good about your shoes as you look in them. Okay? There's the eco label. It's a bona fide eco label. You could go on the website and find the company if you chose to do that, so it's substantiated. They even give you a web address down here. And to be honest, there's nothing about that isn't credible. Okay? So those were some of the don'ts, the greenwashes. Now these are some of the do's. You really do need to spend a lot of time emphasising to people how close the relationship is between quality and sustainability, because actually the two go hand in hand. And there's a very good reason for that, and the reason is that it motivates people, so they perform better, they do a better job, they don't generally cut corners, because it all fits together quite nicely. Things work in the right order, and everything just gets better. It's a win-win situation. Thomas Cook, second largest tour operator globally, has done quite a bit of research on this, in fact, and their quality scores show a direct relationship with the places that people stay. So if they look at the customers who are rating their accommodations in the high 90s, and they go back and look at those accommodations, they've all got Travelife awards or similar certifications. They're all sustainable properties. So they do go very much hand in hand. It's important that you remember what we talked about yesterday with the consumer research. You don't need to use the words sustainability and green to convey a feeling of luxury and quality. You can use other ways of doing that. It's more about the experience. That's the thing that makes people see it as better market value and higher quality. So you can talk about the cultural experience, how authentic something is, how you will go back with a long-lasting memory of a unique visit to hidden treasures, and use these descriptive languages. These are the things that convey this feeling of actually it's superior. Here are just a few tips. Anything that is boring is not worth talking about. So for instance, as we'll see a bit later after coffee, when we do the exercise on USPs, whenever hotels achieve a Travelife award, we give them an opportunity to go and put their hotel in the Travelife collection, an online marketing channel for sustainable hotels. But we ask them to compile 6 USPs, and we ask them to try and make these sustainable. And you would be gobsmacked at some of the things that people put in their USPs that they think is going to sell their hotel. Composting toilets. I mean, Why on earth? It is sustainable. It's a sustainable thing. But it isn't going to sell a hotel, is it? You wouldn't choose a hotel based upon the fact that when you sit on this seat, there's just nothing underneath except a pile of compost. So you've got to make it interesting. Be creative, imaginative, use things that are going to capture people's imagination and make them want to go. Use normal marketing tools and just make them more sustainable. Sustainability isn't a replacement, it's a tool to enhance something, it's making it better. Make it real fun for people. How can they be involved in things? Things that people do have a longer lasting impression and they see that as higher quality. Things that you tell people are not so valued. Now then, if you don't go away with anything else of these 2 days, please keep your ears open to this, because this is really important. Consumers in Europe, this doesn't fit everywhere, but generally in Europe, consumers fall into 3 groups. They sit into a group which are called ethical consumers. These are people who live ethical lifestyle. So wherever possible, they actively look for and choose sustainability in everything they do. So they recycle at home. When they go out shopping, they buy fair trade products, organic products, local products. When they travel, they choose very sustainable forms of travel. They'll go on a train before they'll get into a car. They'll walk to the corner shop to fetch a newspaper. They won't get in a car. They do all of this. And when they're looking for somewhere to go on holiday, they'll look for sustainability in there as well. So they're ethical. They only, however, form about 5 to 10% of the market in Europe. So if you are thinking, the way forward for me is to become and market myself as a sustainable tour operator, and you don't pitch the right messages, and you're going to try and attract these, then you're missing out on 90% or 95% of the market. Because sadly, the rest of them are not looking for it. So you're wasting your effort. These people, the feel-goods, these people will play the game, providing that you make it exciting and interesting and show them how to do it. In other words, you have to make it understandable. And if it's relevant, they'll actually do it for you. They'll remember the research yesterday, people are prepared to do some environmental things if it's made easy for them. Well, these are these feel-good people. And that's quite exciting. But it means that you can't use words like sustainable holidays, green, these sorts of things, because they don't relate to them. So you've got to use the words like cultural experiences, authentic, historical, nature, using real things that they can relate to. These are about 60%. So this is the bulk of the market. So creating a niche product isn't probably a good idea, realistically, because you're limiting who's going to buy it. It's better, perhaps, to pitch at these people and do something that will then address these. And what about these poor souls at the bottom? Well, there's no hope for these, because these people are not interested. And the reason why is because maybe they live really busy, hectic lives, and they don't care, really, because they just want to, as it says, switch off. So they go on holiday and they don't want you to be talking to them, they don't get any information, they don't go to welcome meetings, they don't do anything. They're very self-absorbed and you can't do anything about them. Nothing. It's not even worth the effort trying to convince them to do something, because they'll just say no. And if you try to do that, they'll never come back with you. You've lost a customer. So you leave them alone. And for these people, you've got to do it for them. So whatever they do, you have to make it sustainable without them even knowing. It just happens. And this is important because you've got to know the different types of customer that you're aiming for. In most places that I go and do this training to, because I work mainly for the Dutch government, on their, what's called their CBI expert coaching program. And after the 2 days, I then spend 1 hour with each individual company that's attended the training. So that can take up to 3 or 4 days sometimes. And we go through their plan and how they're going to be working on sustainability. And that's my contract with the Dutch government. This comes into those discussions almost every single time, because some of those businesses are marketing themselves in these niche markets and they're complaining about the fact that they've got no customers. Well, it's hardly surprising considering the fact that you're sending this out to try and hit 100% of customers, but actually there's only 5 to 10% who are the slightest bit interested in what you've got to offer. They're going through the wrong marketing channels. Then you've got some companies who are very good at packaging sustainability, but they're selling it through mainstream tour operators who target these people. These people don't even look at the mainstream tour operators' products because they can't be bothered spending the time to try and find the sustainable products. And they only sell via these tour operator partners, and they're complaining that they never get any business off them. Well, that's hardly surprising because they're not the right customers. They should be channeling their efforts in some other marketing channel to hit these people. Do you get it? You really need to spend some time on this when you go back and think, who are we trying to hit and how are we going to do it? So, why are you telling them about sustainability? Well, in the main, all of these groups, they want to feel good. Even the switch-offs like to feel good. So whatever you do, if they feel good about it, it's going to happen. It's going to be taken care of. Tell people that you've done it for them. They don't have to think. There's an assumption, actually, historically, that tour operators have been doing that for donkey's years. Just because people aren't the ethical consumer doesn't mean that they don't appreciate it. They do. If they feel good, the 60%, they'll want to do it if you can help them, show them how to do it, make it plain and easy. This is important because one of the, I wouldn't say it's a priority, but one of the indicators of a company that really gets sustainability is that they go the extra mile and they spread the news elsewhere, that they're helping to raise the level of awareness, in society, so that we help everybody to become more sustainable. Because it's all good, so there's something in it for everybody. So this is actually about showing people that you really have got it in your head. You're not just doing it for altruistic reasons. Be careful how much you put out there. If you put out too much, people just get confused. They get bombarded by messages. So make it simple, okay? Just a few messages. Participating is really good for people. People can go and pick their own food or actively take part in some projects. Making them feel really special. If they're in the middle of the experience, if they actually go and they plant a tree that's offsetting their travel, that's amazing because they've actually done it themselves. If you then follow that up later with a photograph of the tree that's now grown a little bit, it's an opportunity for you to then market something new to them. It's some amazing things that people do. Well, that's how I often see this. This is really nice, actually. We are people like you with the same values. That's why you'll enjoy being here. There's something really sustainable about that message. Now, we looked at customer communication this morning, and it's a very similar story here because we looked at how you tell them what you do, and this is about how you now involve them in the process. But it's the same channels, it's the same media, so we can breeze through this. because you're just looking at exactly what you do with people anyway. You write stories, tell people about the good things that you've done. Never miss an opportunity, because a good news story lasts forever. Put it onto your website in a sort of a history of the company or whatever, so people can, you know, some people want to look at that, they'll spend time browsing through it. Makes a huge difference. Any awards that you've got, make sure they're up there. I'm often very surprised, I mean, it happens more with hotels because more hotels have got awards than tour operators, but there's so many hotels that achieve Travelife Gold Awards, they never put them on the website, they're never communicated. Well, they're just missing out on that 5 to 10%, because if they haven't got it there, that 5 to 10% ain't going to book in that hotel. So you've just wiped out a proportion of your target audience just by a simple you know, logo missing off a website. That's crazy. If you've got something, make it work for you, otherwise what was the point in doing it in the first place? You use your website, social media, Facebook. Remember, if you're using Facebook, make sure it's up to date, because it gives out the wrong messages otherwise. Third-party websites are good as well, but again, information that's given to these guys stays there for a long time until you update it, so it can soon also become out of date, and some of these can be costly. So you've got to really think, is the amount of money that I'm paying to these going to give me some return on that in terms of bookings? And you should be marketing constantly. Same then, you've got the same opportunity to discuss these things with people at each stage of the journey. It's exactly the same as we looked at this morning. Okay? Anybody got any questions? Can I have a cup of coffee? Good. So, let's go and refresh ourselves, and then when we come back, we'll see how we can sell better to people. I've just been asked if you'll finish at 5:30, and I said yes, we will finish at 5:30, Croatian time. So, that all depends how quickly we can get into the next task, which is about the other main key learning points that I hope you'll take away. So, you know, if at the very least you remember these three types of customers, also remember the significance of these unique selling points. Everybody uses them. About 99% of people don't understand them, and therefore they don't work. You don't sell anything because you haven't got the formula right, and that's because you just need to go back to basics, USPs, okay? So we need to do a little bit of groundwork on what a USP is. So, unique selling points. There is no slide for this, by the way. Slower. Unique selling points. The clue, ladies and gentlemen, is in the title. They're unique selling points. So unique, it means it's a way of differentiating what you are selling to what everybody else is selling. So it's a reason for people to come to you instead of everybody else. So if somebody says to you, what are your USPs, and you reel off the same thing as everybody else, they're not USPs, they're SPs. Not USPs, okay? They're selling points. They're intended to sell the product. And that means that the outcome of it is that somebody gives you a wad of cash and says, I'll have that, please. Okay? That's the selling bit. And they're points. Points means they are brief and short and sweet, and there are not many of them. It's not a story tale. Now, am I starting to ring a few bells with people? Yes, if you think about your USPs, well, are they actually fulfilling these things? Most websites I go on to for tour operators, they tell stories. They don't really put it in an imaginative way that makes me want it. They're just giving me information. And they're not giving me anything that divides people or sets people apart. I'm not able to differentiate. So we really need to get this right. Okay? Now, what is the heart of a USP? Well, it's a reason for somebody to want to buy. And a reason is usually because that person needs something. So it's all about addressing people's needs. And in order to do that, you've got to identify what the need is. So, for instance, if I was to think of a USP for this pen that I'm holding here, I need to think about, okay, well, what is it that will make somebody want it? Well, I personally, when I go out shopping, and I'm looking for something like this, I need something that is going to last a bit longer than the ones I generally buy, because I get through these like no tomorrow. So I want something that's durable and long lasting. Okay? And the trick here is to use sustainability, the concept of sustainability, to do that. Well, durability, sustainability, long term, actually that's lending itself already to me conjuring up a selling point about this pen. So the need is, I want some longevity. Okay? What's going to give it longevity? Well, it might be the refill, but it's something about the refill that's going to make it last. It's not any bigger than any other pen, but this particular pen, and these have lasted me ages, so actually this is a real life scenario. This pen won't make me faint. If I smell it, actually I can't smell anything. And the reason I can't smell anything is because it's water-based. Whereas the vast majority of these are solvent-based, like alcohol or something along those lines, which means that that evaporates really fast when you take the top off, and they don't last as long. So the feature that's giving me my need is water-based. That's the feature. You got it? Now then, how does that benefit me? Well, it benefits me because it's long-lasting, it won't dry out. Okay? It will give me a lot of use. That's the benefit I get out of it. So I've identified the need, I've seen the feature that's going to provide that, and the real benefit is that it's going to last. And the benefit and the need sometimes are very sort of wrapped all up into one thing. Okay? People use USBs in the high street constantly to get you to buy things that you don't need. Always. How many of you have actually got at home items sitting there, and you look at them and you think, what on earth possessed you to buy that? I'll tell you what possessed you to buy it was a very carefully crafted USP. And some of them are visual rather than textual, but they still work. So, if the need isn't there, you have to make it. You have to raise the need. You have to make somebody want it. Okay?
Yes.
So, if you can't identify it, you raise the need. And this is where the features and benefits really start to work, because the benefit, if you get a really good benefit, people will say, oh yeah, oh wow, I really can't live without that. They weren't looking for it, because they don't go around looking for things that benefit them. They actually go looking for things that are a bit different, a bit unique, a bit quirky. So if you can roll that up into the benefit, all the better. So we need to find a benefit that's going to make us want it. And the benefit, as we've just seen, is going to arise out of a feature of whatever it is we're trying to sell. Now, the sad thing is that whilst many businesses do understand this, it goes horribly wrong because they go a little bit over the top with it. So, they've put lots and lots of benefits in there. So, it'll do this for you, it'll do that for you, it'll do this for you, it'll do that for you. And then they have to start putting in the things that show where those benefits come from. So you put in this feature and that feature and this feature, and all of a sudden, you've got all of this story, and the customer cannot make any connection between which benefit goes with which feature, and they lose complete understanding of it, and it becomes nonsense. So the key to writing an excellent USP is to make sure that there is only ever one of those, and there's only ever one of those. But don't assume that the customer will still attach them together. Sometimes you need to make that connection for them, and we call this the link, and it sits in here. And the link is usually something very, very straightforward and simple that just literally puts these two things together to make people associate it in their head. It's all about psychology, this. You know, if you want to sell, go and do a psychology course. You'll sell much better at the end of it, honestly, because you can tap into what goes on inside people's heads. So, one benefit, one feature, and a link. But we're going to use sustainability because it's creative, it appeals to people. Sustainability can tackle hidden emotions because you've got things that really start to activate the senses, things that you can see, things that you can touch, things that you can taste and you can hear. These are things that are sort of memories, things that you'll never see anywhere else. You know, authentic things, new experiences, exciting adventures, cultural experiences. You know, you've got so much to draw on from the world of sustainability that will colour these really well. So it's not about sustainability USPs. They're USPs, but you use sustainability to make them sell for you. You use the sustainability angle. Okay? So you want to make them imaginative, and creative, but try to make sure that it's something that is identifying the thing that makes you different, because people want something that's unusual. Now, you also need to be very aware of some of the traps. And these are the things that switch people off when you are selling to them. Okay? And there are two particular traps in tourism that switch people off. What do you think they are?
Saying too much, praising yourself too much.
Yes, self-praise, that might switch people off. Beefing yourself up because they can't really relate to that. That's a good one.
Why? Why?
A lie, yeah, something that they can see through. These are sort of examples, actually, these are examples of greenwashing you're coming out with. So you need to think about that sort of scenario when you're doing it. But there's some things which are even more no-nos than this. What don't people want to think about when they buy something, but is inevitable in the process? The price. They don't want to think about the price, the cost, whether it's cheap. If it's cheap, it might not be good quality. So, you do not talk, in a USP, you do not mention price, cost, anything of that nature. Okay? You can talk about value. That's a different angle. And the other thing that is a real no-no, I'm saying price now instead of price. Price and safety is the other thing. Okay? Do not mention safety in a USP. Why? Because if you say, we have an excellent safety record, people are going to say, well, why? Is there some danger involved in this? Come with us, we have insurance. Oh my God, this is a dangerous thing. You've got to be very careful about that. Think about these two things. If you avoid those, then you'll come out with a much better list of USPs. They should be short and sweet, one sentence, two at the very most. But the best USPs, it's one sentence. USPs are the highlights. You can tell the tale. You can sell the trip afterwards underneath the USPs, but giving a description of what people do. If you want to tell people, day one we do this, day two we do that, that's the itinerary. The pitch is the USP in bullet points. 3 or 4, 4 or 5. Okay? Let's have a look at an example, just so we can get this. So, here's the first example. All our guides are recruited locally, which means that they know the destination better than anyone. So, the feature is locally recruited guides. That's the feature. The benefit is that you can't get any better information. That's the benefit. This is the best you're ever going to get. And the link is just this, which means that simple, isn't it? Or so it seems. Second one, all restaurants in our accommodations purchase fresh produce grown or reared locally. Okay? So, the feature is Fresh produce grown or reared local, that's the feature. The benefit is an authentic taste of the destination. I really like that, to bring you an authentic taste of the destination. I can feel my mouth watering already, I'm not even there. Now that's appealing to some other sense, and it's going to excite some centres of the brain that just talking to me about a routine doesn't do. And the link here is to bring you one feature, one benefit. One feature, one benefit, and a link. It's really as simple as that. And it's imaginative, creative, and there's things in there that are conveying sustainability. Local produce, local guides. Okay? Well, guess what? I want you to do what? So, same groups as before, or if we've lost a few people, then get together and we really want groups of 4 or 5 or 6. I would like you to collectively just come up with one USP. You have to do it quick. 10 minutes. Okay? Okay, if everyone can turn around and face the front. It doesn't matter, yes, face the truth, the moment of truth. It doesn't matter if you haven't got a perfect example. Well, you're not alone. But there are some, okay? And I know we've had 2 quite heavy days, so I'll let you off at this point if you've been struggling a little bit to come up with the ideas. But I did give you some tools, to use. Remember, to try and think creatively, and they do work. So, let's just see what we've come up with, okay? We don't have a lot of time for this, so whatever we've got, let's hear it. So, have we got one down here? Okay, so you don't need to get up, just whoever's going to read it out, tell us what you've written.
All the hotels in our offer are owned by local families, which means, let me find it, yeah, which means you will experience local lifestyle.
Okay, I like that. Well done. Let's have some feedback. What does everybody else think of that?
Are they the only ones offering that?
But it's not unique.
Okay, so
you can also offer the same thing.
So what could you help them with to get them to think about something that might be more unique?
I don't know.
That's why either with these, we don't think they are unique, because everybody in Croatia can say all our guides are included, which they really are local guides.
But actually, I think it might be unique if you said that all the hotels that we offer are family owned. So it is a niche that we are working with that type of hotels, and you will benefit from that.
Okay, so in fact, we're talking more about the mind behind the selling point, and actually that comes through the selling point. So that does make it more unique. Yeah, because this is about everything we do. It's actually through the whole thing. It's not just about a few hotels, it's every hotel. Yeah? Okay? And I get your point on here, but I mean, this is just global examples. You need to think of something that sets you apart from people that you're competing with. You do. Okay. Any other feedback about this?
Sorry, he was talking about family hotel?
Yeah.
Only family hotels?
Yeah.
Nobody's doing that.
So he's unique.
Yeah, I
Good.
would not say only family hotels, we could sell everything.
Okay. Because it might potentially limit you who you can sell to, but it's still a good product. There was a word you used a couple of times that might need a little bit of a thesaurus behind it to try and find an alternative, and you used the word local twice. So you haven't got much room, you've only got a sentence, so it's better try not to repeat a word. And might be in there a couple of times, or the. But apart from that, think of another way of putting that. Another word for local might be
authentic.
Yeah, you could possibly get authentic in there, or something like that, or community, or culture, or something. Something might lend itself to it. Okay, but that was a really good attempt. Well done. What about this group? Did we get one there? Whatever you've got, just tell us.
We recruited an archaeologist, so all of our historical and cultural tours could be a real and unforgettable experience.
I like that. Did you hear that?
Yeah, we have similar.
You've got a similar one. Oh, okay. Okay, well in that case, say yours again.
We recruited an archaeologist, so all of our historical and cultural tours could provide real and unforgettable experience.
Okay, and now I want to hear theirs, just because they said theirs are similar. So what's yours?
The difference is that we are talking only about specific place. It's not general like here, all of are here. So here, I mean, it's about archaeological site Brevir in Croatia. Excursion to archaeological site Brevir with the guidance of archaeologists who excavated the site and knows all the secrets of this ancient town.
Okay, okay. So there is a different angle here, isn't there? Because yours is more about the person, yours is also about the place. And I like, actually, there's some really imaginative words coming out in both of these, because you're talking about secret place. This is something that I'm not going to find easily. So I'm going to be shown something that a lot of people don't know about. Okay? They use this quite a lot in the Canary Islands with some of the things that you see. Secrets. It's a very, very powerful selling tool, the concept of a secret. And at the ending of yours, again, I really liked the way that just coloured it in a little bit, and it made you think, oh, actually, yeah, well, I want to know a bit more about that, actually. Yours did a similar sort of thing. And what all three of you have done so far is you've followed the rules. I haven't been able to spot any of this. You've only got one benefit and you've only got one feature. You are model perfect students so far.
Thank you.
Have we got any other examples? Did you come up with one? Okay. Wow, okay.
We reminded a colleague of ours that has an electric glass boat in Umag, in Istria. So there are plenty of them, and he's selling his glass boat just like normal one. But we're supposed to make a unique selling point for that electric glass boat, discover the underneath seaworld in the complete silence, without mentioning the pollution. So we are not putting the others to negative, and we are just underlining something that could put them into start thinking that all the other is already.
Okay, so the USP there is discover the underwater world in complete silence.
Then they can associate silence with the electrical engine that is not polluting anything else. So it's sustainable as well, and it's different than the other glass boats.
Okay. You're actually, I think, without asking for other feedback, I think you are 3/4 of the way there, but because of what you've said, you haven't actually got these things fully fleshed out. The benefit isn't really there. Because I want to know what's my need. I don't need complete silence. So there's a little bit of work to do on that concept, but I think you can, evolve it. You do need something. Yeah. You can't use that fuel efficient or low noise engine because it's a composting toilet scenario. But I can really understand where you're going with that, and I like that idea. The silence bit is an interesting one because it's interesting to think of how you would use that to sell. But I can see if you link it the right way, that would work. So actually, it wasn't a bad example, so well done. Any more down here?
We just had an example where we named the person who is guiding. For example, all our cultural tours or UNESCO site tours or something are guided by Professor John Doe, doesn't matter who will take you through the incredible world of Croatian history or something like that. So unique is the person. It's one person. So people get attached to the name, they go to the lab to see who he is, perhaps.
Okay.
If they're really interested in history.
Okay. That works to a degree, except what happens if he is unable to do it?
Or
That's not
Is he a bit like Santa Claus? There's lots of him. Do you see yourself putting on a red coat and white beard at some point?
Okay, we take out the name and then say the history professor with a company group, blah, meow, meow.
Yes, I would say that's a much better idea because you've got a bit more flexibility. Okay? Excellent. And one over here. What was yours?
We have our finger on the pulse of tourism to let you know how to make your customers start to skip a beat.
Did you hear that?
No.
We have our finger on the pulse of tourism, which lets your tourists, did you say? To make.
You know how to make your customers start to skip a beat.
So you know how to make your customer's heart skip a beat. We have a finger on the pulse. Do you get? I mean, I think this is the most creative way of doing it. We have our finger on the pulse, so we can help you to show your customers how their heart can skip a beat or whatever it was. This was really, I like that because it's a different way of selling, and that would draw my attention. It's like, oh wow, that's for my heart to skip a beat. I'm going to see something that's really quite profound, and that's appealing to some different senses again. I really like that. Okay. What did we have one right at the back?
How the target market is that 5 to 10% of ethical market.
Okay.
We open locally owned hotels built by local craftsmen, which gives you the taste of the architecture and culture.
Okay, so I think you were right here. You hit the nail on the head. You're hitting a particular market, but there's nothing wrong with that. The only one thing I would say is that you've got more than one feature, so the benefit then becomes a bit difficult to associate because you mentioned two different things that might make me want to go on the trip. But apart from that, that was a good one as well. Okay? Good. I think you've got the idea of this. You do need to work on them and craft them. But go away and have a look at what you've got already in place and do they actually sell for you or not? So, this is not going to take a long time now. We're sort of going to be talking very shortly now about Travelife and how you can use that platform. But we need to know about how we can market using these techniques to these different customers. What different channels are there available to us? Well, there are two things that most businesses need to do constantly. They need to be marketing their own business, the name, the trademark, and their products, so what it is you offer. Okay? Those are the two things that you can sell to people. Reliability based on your reputation and the features of the product that you're selling. And you don't just sell to one group. You generally might, particularly if you're an inbound operator, then or a DMC, then you might be doing B2B and B2C. Does everyone understand those words? Yeah, good. So you've got to think about what strategies you would use for each of those different scenarios. If you're looking at you selling your company, your reputation, then you need to show people how your sustainability that you've built into your whole ethos is going to give them a better quality product. So, this gives you an edge, it gives you a competitive advantage over other people. If you give some form of certification as a means of verifying that, then that gives some assumption that actually it does what it says on the tin because somebody has independently inspected it. So that's the value of having certification. We already know sustainability is quality plus because it's extra added value on top of everything else that you do. And so it does increase the value of your brand. Okay? Now, sustainable products. You've got these different strategies, haven't you? You can either think about sustaining the products that you've already got, or you could try and look for ready-made sustainable products. You've got that different approach. One might be more difficult than the other, depending on whether or not you can find those in the first place. But if you're working with international partners, they might be able to help you out because they don't work in isolation either. You know, they gather together in groups like this and they constantly talk about the business. So they might be able to say to you, well, actually, we do know that so-and-so uses this or that, and they can help you to create something that they would then find more palatable to sell to their customers. This is the Travelife market. This is the platform within Travelife where you can find sustainable business partners. Now, Ivis is going to talk in a few minutes about Travelife, and when we look at the different levels of engagement, then that determines how you can use this. When you first go into Travelife at the basic level, then you can see it. It's available to see, okay? But you can't actually sit in there as a sustainable product until you've got some formal recognition of that. So you would have to reach partner level before you could actually go in there. So you could assume that all of these businesses that are inside there are Travelife partner level or equivalent. Some of them are more historical, the reason why they're in there.
It's for every country?
Well, it's not extensive at the moment, because the number of people that have got these certifications and whatever are quite low. There's a fair number in there, but not as much as we would like. And so we're still at the beginning of quite a long journey with it, but it's a good starting point. But there are other platforms, it's not the only one.
But this is a lot of countries or just...
Oh yeah, there's a lot of countries
okay.
in there, yeah. It's not just a few countries. And obviously when you select one, then it gives you a full description of the potential business partner. It talks about the aspects of that business that are showcasing sustainability. So you can really see, is this business something that's going to complement what I do, and can I therefore use it in the most profitable way? Now then, we've got these two different types of purchasing opportunity, okay? We call them green shops and green corners. And this is where you've got to remember the little bit we did on the different types of customers. Ethical customers, feel-good customers. Forget about the also-rans at the bottom, the switch-offs. Don't worry about them, the switch-offs. Think about the ethical and the feel-goods, okay? Green shops. These are places, they don't have to be physical shops. Anything that's, any portal that is selling is a shop. Even if it's online, it's a shop. So a green shop is where you would only find sustainable products. Nothing else. Everything in that shop is sustainable. A green corner is a part of a non-green shop, a black shop, or whatever you want to call it, that has been painted green because it's got green products in it. Okay, now what's the significance of these? Well, if you're an ethical customer, you don't want to wade through all of the products in this shop to find the green corner. You want to go to a place where you get your ethical products, so you go to a green shop, because that's all you're looking for. If you're a feel-good customer, then you're not looking for sustainability, so this actually doesn't attract you at all. You're not looking for it. You don't go into the green shop because you think it's something a bit unusual and strange. You don't understand it. But if you go into the normal shop and stumble across a green corner, there's an opportunity there to look at the added value of purchasing those goods. So this appeals to the feel-goods. The feel-goods might go for products in there. This is direct marketing to the ethical customers. And the trick is to have a combination of these according to what you do as a business that really matches your product to the customer profile that you're trying to look for. Now, where can we find them? Well, in the tourism sector, there are on the online, there are quite a lot of green shops. So these are some websites that are devoted to sustainable products only. ResponsibleTravel.com, I'm sure lots of you have heard of before. This is this isn't a tour operator, it's I suppose, a sort of dynamic packager, but they showcase other people's products. But then you go onto ResponsibleTravel.com, if you find something you like, then your click-through takes you to the website of the person that's advertising in there. So they come to your site, okay? Responsible Travel doesn't sell like a travel agent. It just passes people on. But the click-through process is all recorded. So that then, if there's a sale, take a commission on that, and it's all done automatically. It's all logged, okay? It's a similar sort of situation with some of these others, and these speak for themselves. ResponsibleHotels.com is about accommodations. Ethical Travel, it's trying to replicate Responsible Travel in some respects. It's not as widely known. It's relatively new compared to ResponsibleTravel.com. It's been around for a long while, but it's an interesting website, and I would definitely sort of go and have a look at it. I've got some pages coming up. And similarly with these others, ForumandHorizon.de is in fact the smallest tour operator trade association in Germany. There are three main tour operator associations, DRV or DRV, ASR and Forum&Horizon, FAS. But this association is only for ethical operators. There's ResponsibleTravel.com's website. What can we say? It's that's what you'll find when you land on there. This is ResponsibleHotels.com. They all give this message the minute you look at them of being something that's quite green and sustainable, don't they? You can, look about it. This is interesting. Urban Adventures. This is a tour operator advertising on those platforms. Ethical Travel Portal. Okay, all similar platforms. Now then, those were the green shops. These are the green corners. And this is often the case. You often only find green corners because there are no green shops for certain sectors, but there are for travel. And you need to have these because you don't want to lose out on all of those other customers that are not ethical. So it's your normal distribution channels, but you actually put in, if it's not already there, a green set of products, and you put it under an umbrella so that people can identify it. And tour operators in Europe, for instance, if they're selling hotels, then they use things like labelling to signify the green corners. So this might be a brochure. I mean, this is a brochure for Virgin Holidays. This is a brochure for, what was formerly part of First Choice Holidays. And there's lots and lots of hotels and resorts in both of those brochures. Some of them carry this logo, which is the Travelife award, so there are several green corners throughout the brochure. And it isn't a set of pages. Some organise it like that, others sprinkle it across the shop. We still call them corners. That's actually in the wrong place, because that's a green shop, the Travelife collection. You won't find anything in there that's not got a Travelife award, so it's a green shop. Should have come up before. Okay? Did you get that? Yes. Good. So, I'm going to pass over to my friend over here who's going to talk to us about what do we do next?
Yes, it's always a pleasure to come out at 4:45 and speak to people, especially after you, so let's try to show you how quickly we can go through 20 slides.
Well, well, you've got a slide every 2 minutes there, that's fine.
Follow-up, support, and next steps. Next step. Okay, so the basic follow-up program is online training and formal exam to show you what can be done about planning and reporting, international recognition and certification, and market access support. What that means in practice? These are the 3 levels of Travelife. So there is a Travelife Engaged, Travelife Partner, and Travelife Certified. You are now here, at the beginning. Some of them are actually around here. Basically, once you register to the training, you are all registered to Travelife. So that's a nice feature. So you are in this engaged level, and all of you can access all online tools and support materials which are available on the website. So the second level is a Travelife partner, meaning that you are complying with some criteria that are set in partner standard of criteria. They can be seen there on the table, so we have read some of them. As you could probably notice, it's not that difficult to reach the partner standard. Also, the partner standard can be adjusted to local specifics. The certification is being done all online. It's a desk audit, meaning that nobody is coming to your office. You are uploading all the documents in the website, and then the National Association is approving your documents and issuing you this level of certification. This one is a bit more complicated. It has more standards, more criteria, and it's been audited by third-party visit, meaning that somebody is coming to your office and checking all the documents, evidence. I like this part showing. So it's more difficult, but this first partner standard, I think it's not that difficult to achieve. So what does it mean, Travelife Engaged? It has a few features that you can see. Its first one is online training and exam. Once you have completed this training, you will get a certificate of attendance. But in order to show that, to learn about a lot of other things which are not mentioned in this only 2-day training, there is an online training and exam available on the website. So once you register on the website, on the right side, you can find training or obuka in Croatian, and you can download the PDF of Travelife manual. This also can be found at the table. We have a few copies which is not very sustainable, but there is a reason why we have copies. If you prefer electronic copies, we also like that because we have also some activities that will be happening on with the educational institutes, so we would prefer to give those hard copies to students or that don't have a printer in their office. So you are in advantage. So we would, of course, like you to use the online, but you can take one copy, of course. Also, once you complete the online training, action planning tool becomes available. I mean, it's already available. You can see it in the website. There is a reporting tool and access to B2B travel partner and certified companies. These are all tools available for you in the website. It's actually helping you to deal with all these administrative issues that you need to do within the Travelife. So to set up tasks, to set up action plan, and you can all track it and follow it in an online system, which is a great advantage. This is it. So let's see, this is the front page. My company, my users reporting, it looks a bit different. This is the Dutch version. There is, of course, Croatian version and Croatian translation. The exam is not that difficult. This is the manual, and exam is you have to choose one of these 4, and there are 33 questions. The good thing is there is a formal and informal exam. Informal exam helps you to test your knowledge. You can take it as many times as you want, and once you complete the 70% of the exam, you are ready to take the formal exam and earn your personal certificate.
It's important to mention that when you do the informal exam, if you choose the wrong answer, something pops up onto the screen to tell you what the real answer was and why the one you've chosen isn't applicable. Which means that if you do the informal exam 20 times, you've probably looked at all the questions. So you'll have a better chance.
Yes, and some are repeating,
to do
so
the
that's...
formal exam.
This is the management system and reporting. There is an action planning tool, reporting tool. These are all divided by modules that are following the manual and that are following the criteria. So there are, for example, 5 criteria for engagement of company, 3 for action planning. And let's see how it looks. So these are general operations. This is for management area, this is criteria team. So it's all divided, leading you to very specific issues. This, for example, is for transport, this is the activity, and this is action and solution. So it also immediately offers you what can be solution for each criteria. For example, sustainable transport, suppliers and local agents are stimulated to offer sustainable transport for local transfers and excursions. So it gives you an idea what to do regarding this criteria. This is interesting division. Obligatory is criteria that has to be fulfilled. Reporting doesn't have to be fulfilled, but you have to report on what are you doing on that criteria. For example, I'm not doing anything about it, but I plan to do it something. So it gives you next steps in order to improve your company. This is how it looks in planning tool. So you have sustainability coordinator. You just click, it's appointed, include the name, upload job responsibilities, and save. And like that, you can follow other actually teams. So it's basically just to give you the idea that everything is online and easy to follow. So this is that Travelife partner. You have to comply with the partner standards. Once you get through certification, you get Travelife partner award and logo. This is it. You can use it in your marketing materials, on the website, brochures, and so on. And you are also listed on the Travelife member companies with partner level. And then you are on the next step. If you want to go to Travelife certified level, it's more demanding, more criteria, more obligations. So the good thing about the Travelife standard is that it's complying with some other standards. So those who like logos can easily get ISO 14001 or ISO 26000 because once you comply with the criteria of Travelife, it's really easy to get these certificates. All criteria are in line with another. And these are, perhaps Chris, you can explain this one?
Global Reporting Initiative. For many years, the Global Reporting Initiative was a set of indicators for lots of different sectors, but it omitted tourism. So in the early part of 2002, UNEP took the steer in creating a set of tourism-related indicators which show whether or not a business is really dedicated to sustainable development. And they're just key steps that, again, it's about evidence. So the key steps that show that actually you do what you say you do. It's about management process.
Okay, so let's get you quickly through this part, and perhaps we can go on the website and show very practically how to log in. Once you complete these more demanding criteria, there is an auditor coming to your office, and if you comply with your criteria, you get Travelife certified logo, which also can be used as a promotional material, but it also shows to your partners and to consumers the high level of your commitment to sustainability. For example, you can get Mr. Taleb Rifai giving you the Travelife certificate at the travel fair. This is the picture from Dutch companies receiving the Travelife certified awards. This is interesting part. So these are some money issues to be connected with Travelife. For 1 year and 1.5 almost, you can forget this. Travelife is free for you. So all tools, all audits are free except for the cost of travel to do on-site audit for Travelife certified level. So for the top level, you have to pay the cost for auditor to come to your office. But for the Travelife partner level, everything is free for you. All education, all tools are free for you and your staff. So you can get as many employees from your office to complete the training and get personal certificate. Personal certificate is worth for 3 years. So it's something that your colleagues in Kuoni or TUI in Netherlands, UK have had the same certificate. So the next step, defining the Travelife partner standard. On the table are printed copies that you can take with you. The electronic versions would be sent to you tomorrow on your email, and there you will find all partner standards. It's an Word documents to have it easier for you to go through those standards, and we would appreciate if you can find some time and go through this standard and tell us if something is terribly wrong in those standards, or in other words, if something is really not applicable in Croatia. We have done that already, but I believe now once we have completed this training, it's your understanding of the whole team is much better. So I will ask you, once I send you this standard by email, I will again ask you if you have any comments. It's important to say, because later on, if you want to get this partner level, if we haven't noticed some criteria can't be fulfilled, then I mean it's easier to change it from the start. Okay. So you will receive access to formal training, exam and reporting tool. That's all available for you. If you haven't been registered yet in Travelife, you are now. And I will later on show just quickly how to use it. It's easy. And we are here for you to offer you guidance, coaching, and we will do, of course, some follow-up workshops to try to assist you as much as possible in your journey towards sustainability. Now let me just go quickly through this really boring part. It's how come that we are all here and that Chris is with us. It's the EU project that we are implementing. It's called Corporate Social Responsibility Training and Certification in Travel Sector. EU really likes now this corporate social responsibility. It fills in nicely in project applications, and as you can see, you can get some money for it. So the project lasts from November 2012 to October 2014. 6 partners, UHPA is a lead partner, 2 partners that developed Travelife, and 3 other partners are doing the same. Now, in Thursday and Friday you are in Athens, then you are somewhere on the north in Riga, and then you are, God knows where, Warsaw. So, colleagues from Poland and Greece are doing, and Latvia are doing the same training, the same implementation. This is how this project looks like. It's not too interesting, but the idea is to improve and adapt to this material, and the whole material is growing, and perhaps that's why we got these mistakes of having numbers that are not in line with from one document to another, because there are some changes that's being done within the system. Then it's about testing, training the trainers in order to help supporting you with implementation and the implementation. It's not just for the tour operators. And travel agencies, it's also with the local educational institutes, schools and universities, and there is a part about hotels. So it's a larger project and quite administratively demanding. This is when my colleague, Daniela Jumbo, the head of, what's the title, Daniela? UHPA office manager, who will tell you about this, what seems that there isn't much logic in connecting Travelife and specialization, but there is a logic and Daniela will tell you about it.
Thank you, Ivica, for saying this is a boring part, because I will try to
No, just my 3 slides.
try to keep you interested for the next 5 minutes or more. So what we have tried to do with this specialization process is to form the clusters for specialization for the purpose of networking with relevant stakeholders, sharing knowledge, experience, developing new ideas, exchanging information, of course employee training, and providing high quality services to your end users. We will form these clusters that will enable participants, that is your travel agencies, to become leaders in your fields and to directly contribute in general to the competitiveness of Croatian tourism. The importance of this specialization process has gained relevance, especially with Croatian accession to the EU, because then the market expectations and market requirements have become much more higher since then. So, as you already know, we have already finished one specialization for travel agencies, and that is the one for the school trips. And now we have in plan 6 more specializations. 5 of them are focused on travel agencies, and those are specializations for PCO, adventure tourism, accommodation, DMC, and special markets. Which market it will be will depend, of course, on the interest of our members. And there is also one specialization that is focused on our associated members, and that is the one for the car rental. So for each of these specializations, UHPA will form specific working groups whose leaders, or better to say coordinators, will of course prepare criteria for the accession to the specialization process, and of course they will prepare ethical code of conduct. There are some criteria that travel agencies that will enter into this process will have to oblige to, and some of them are proving past and current business activities, competences of employees and associates, their lifelong learning education, corporate social responsibility, quality management, and of course activity in the system of tourist boards. How these criteria will be proved, I cannot say yet, because as I have already previously mentioned, each working group will have their coordinators who will try to create clarifications for each and every one of these criteria that your agencies will need to fulfill. So why Travelife? What does UHPA specialization has to do with Travelife? As we have already heard these past 2 days, I can say past because it is already the end of the second day, is that due to a lot of advantages that we have heard about Travelife, we have decided to make Travelife a mandatory criteria for specializations. And just for you not to be confused, my mandatory criteria will be this first Travelife engaged stage. So for each travel agencies that decides to enter the specialization process, they will need to pass this Travelife engaged stage. Then after that, as you have already heard from Ivica, you have a Travelife partner stage and Travelife certified stage that goes later on. And you can communicate then excellency in sustainability to your partners and to your clients via Travelife logo, that is via Travelife Engage logo, partner logo, or Travelife certified logo. So this is the connection between Travelife and UHPA specializations. Everything's in process right now, so for any questions you might have, you can freely contact me, or concerning Travelife and entering into these 3 phases, you can turn to Ivica. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's really almost over. I will just show you how it functions on the website. Go back. Okay, so this is the Travelife homepage.
You can't see it there, yeah, so use that.
Okay, so I will log in as.
Can you go to Croatian?
Yeah, but it's easier if I.
Shift 2 again.
This?
Bravo.
Okay, so I will go on.
If you put it this way, if you put it right there,
Ah.
you can see the screen.
Sorry for turning you my back, but just for a second.
Ali mogu pustiti na hrvatsko.
Okay, but for our guest. So let's go first to this part about today's training. When you go to my seminar, there is a Zagreb training, and all these documents would be available for you. So let's see, photos would be uploaded tomorrow, training materials also. There are some background materials available for you, or as we call it before in schools, za one koji žele znati više. And there is a lot of materials available here. And if you like to have your certificate, we are doing it on sustainable way. Yes, meaning you can print it out, you can save it. Okay, so it's here. You can print it out on A3, A4, whatever is best for your wall. So this is, as you see, a certificate of attendance. If you would like to get Travelife personal certificate, then you need to do some extra efforts.
Yes, because it doesn't mean that you understood any of it whatsoever.
Yes.
This certificate.
So, on tools, you get training. One more lookout. On trainings, usually it's on the right side, probably in Croatian, and also for planning and reporting. These are the all tools that are available for you in the action planning. So let's speed up to
So this is the sustainability scan that everybody's, well, those that did it, it looks like 12 companies actually filled it in. And these are the results. And there's just a little value in just having a look at what it says, because this is trying to reflect the current situation amongst the participants as it is today. So it would be interesting to see maybe in 6 months or 12 months whether this has changed any. So as you can see up there at the moment, 5 out of 12 businesses have already got a sustainability coordinator. We can see that only 1 out of 12 companies are producing any formal public report. Nobody has got any formal contracts in writing.
No, they all have it.
Oh, they all have it, yes, sorry, yes, they all have it, it's in yellow. Everybody's paying a living wage. Now I wonder whether that was before we did the concept of living wage yesterday. Some people might want to revise that, possibly. Equal opportunities, I would imagine that that's right. This is interesting. One company is promoting child labour. Only one company is using sustainable energy. It's 50-50 on the other things. 2 companies don't have a switch-off policy for equipment, but they do switch off lights. What else have we got that's interesting here? Oh, partner agency policies. 4 people have already got those in place. 8 companies have still to get them. Most people have got a light switch-off policies up on here again. Oh no, we've done that. Business travel emissions, half of the group are compensating and half are not. Sustainable accommodations policy, only 4 companies have got that in place at the moment. Most people have still got that to go. Sexual exploitation of children in contracts, 3 companies have got those already there. 9 companies still haven't got that in place. Sustainable excursions, 50% of you, and wildlife harvesting. One assumes that this means yes, we've got a policy against it, rather than yes, we are harvesting wildlife. So it is quite interesting just to see these. What else have we got that's interesting on here? Sexual exploitation. We've got only 4 companies that are addressing sexual exploitation issues directly with customers. 8 companies are not yet there with that. This is interesting. 5 companies still allow people to buy illegal souvenirs, is that right? Looks like it on there. So begs the question, what illegal souvenirs are you trading with your customers? So anyway, the purposes of that was just to give us a bit of a baseline. This is where we are today, and hopefully more of this will appear in yellow than grey as we move over the next few months, and it does remain to be seen. And one of the things that Travelife is able to do, because these questions that you've answered will be trackable as you start putting things into your own action plans, it will evaluate this automatically, in theory anyway. So it's good to see the progress from the group. Okay, so I've just got a few just odd bits and pieces to finish off now. What I'd like you to do is, in your workbook, just turn to the objective that you wrote this morning. Okay, so this is what we've done today. A lot. When we add on to the top of that, we did destinations, didn't we? And we did some bits about customers and transport this morning as well. But we've done all this as well too today. Sustainable management system, we looked at the 6 steps. We've looked at how to develop a policy, how to communicate that to people. We looked at action planning and how to look at the first steps of implementing that. We've looked at some examples of how to market sustainability. We looked at greenwash and sustainability USPs. We've looked at some distribution channels and the next steps and ongoing support. And I think you probably really give yourselves a round of applause for taking in so much information over 2 days. We've got a few minutes just for a few mop-up questions. So having read through your objective, one have you achieved it? And if not, are there some questions that are still hanging in the air? Anybody got any questions?
Talking about USBs.
Yeah.
Can we connect it with offering something to invalids?
Offering something?
To invalids.
Uh-huh.
People who are not able to walk or to do something with their hands, something like that. For instance, cruising on ships that are available for them, special family quarters or something like that. Is it also, would be also taken as the USPs?
Well, I would say that you're just identifying another target audience. So therefore, you would want as many relevant USPs to excite those people as much as you did for everybody else. So as you would identify the types of purchasing customers, you know, the ethicals, the feel goods, you'd also identify the different categories and groups. So you might say bird watchers, adventure tourists, and you might go for less able people. How can they be stimulated with different things and programs? So absolutely. You have different USPs for different people. They don't have to be the same.
And question number 2, is it equal with, so USP equal with special target?
Sorry, I'm getting a bit distracted because I can hear so many things going on, and I don't think you can hear because there's so much noise. So can you say it again?
So when we say USPs, can we put equal sign with special target? Is it equal or we can't mix it?
Well, you can, because the USP could be of interest to all target groups. You wouldn't want to identify the target group in front of everybody. You would just put the USP in the distribution channels that were appropriate to that target group. Because what else would you do? You wouldn't say, if you are disabled, read here. If you are an adventure specialist, read here. That's perhaps not the best way to organise it. Yeah?
Could we say that, so I'm thinking about partnership with tour operators from the world, and they already asked us for standards in sustainability. Would you say that at the moment Travelife is already strong enough that we can present it as, okay, we're sustainable tour operator in Croatia?
To the European market, mainstream market, yes, they are all aware of it. They might not have got there yet, but many of them are working on it, and if they're not working on it, they are aware of it and of the value of it. So you've even got some companies that will actively seek Travelife partners, even if they're not a Travelife company themselves, because they do see the value in it.
Yeah, so but you would say that, for example, big partners for us in UK, in Netherlands, if they ask us for a standard and we say we're Travelife partner or certified, they will consider it, okay, it's a done deal, we don't have to check it.
Yeah, they won't start checking you, no, because they've been working with Travelife from its, conception. They've actually created it. It wasn't presented to them. They've been part of the formative process, so yeah, they would accept it. They wouldn't start doing any additional checks. No, not at all.
Okay, but in this very moment we cannot say anything. We are nothing now.
Are you not?
We don't have a certification. We cannot.
You can say that you're engaged with Travelife. It doesn't really say much more than that, though. What you can do, of course, if you do the online exam and you get that certificate, okay, you can flash your certificate of attendance for these 2 days. Not that that would mean a great deal to them, the fact that you've sat through it. But if you then go and do the online exam, you can say, yes, actually, we've got somebody in the business that has taken the exam and passed a level of competence in understanding and managing sustainability in the business. That's what that means.
Does it allow us to implement the logo at that point?
No.
No.
The only time you can use a logo is when you reach the partner level. That's the first instance that you can start putting that on your documentation.
And we're partners after finishing the online exam.
No. Yeah, you only become partners when you have shown Travelife that you have achieved all of the partner level criteria, which are verified by UHPA. So they will actually do an online check of what you've submitted to make sure that it's satisfactory, and as providing that UHPA signs that off, Travelife will then award you with the partner level standard.
How they check that we sort waste and...
Well, that's down to your trade association, and it'll be down to what you submit, because when you go through your action planning, you have to, when you've said you've completed it, you have to upload some evidence. So it might be a document, it might be a photograph, it might be something that proves, without Ivica and his staff, or his colleagues, running around everywhere trying to find out what people are doing, you're proving it through the online system. It's a desk.
So it's a good key for the partners.
And I don't believe that money changing hands is acceptable under sustainability rules. Okay? Any more? No. Okay. So, I think, apart from just mentioning that you do also have those boxes on the back page so that you can put down key points. If you haven't done them already, do them within the next day, otherwise you'll forget things. Then I suppose we can bring it to a close. What we're going to do is we're going to close it, but not let you out the door. That's because we want, after we've sort of said our thank yous, for you to come up here to the front. Guys, I want you to come up here to the front so we can take a group photograph of everybody, and then when we've had the snapshots, we'll just say goodbye and off you go. Okay? And it's out there to do it. So, I want to just say a few words because I think you've been a fantastic group actually. I've seen lots and lots of different groups of operators over the last 18 months or more, and it's been a pleasure working with you because you really get it. You really do get it. So I'm waiting for good things coming out of Croatia, to be honest, and whenever I come here I'm always accepted in a really good way, and thank you for that. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
So I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Shall I give it to you, the final script?
Thank you. So, Hotel Palace was very pleased how you spoke of them. So, with the compliments of Hotel Palace, here we are, a small gift for you.
Is the bag recyclable?
But it's local wine, so.
I shall enjoy that, thank you very much. Of course, Turkish Airlines won't allow me to take it on board, so I'll have to drink it this evening. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, so I would like to thank Chris for, I believe, what was a very pleasurable training. You are all here, and it's 5:20, so this is a big achievement. So let's have a memory of this. So we would please invite you to come here.
Ja sam uvijek neću zadnje
Kad će ovako? Ne, mi ćemo dole čuti.
What I could do is I could black it in, so it's just the top. I could try and do that. Just a second.
You can have some gentlemen in the front like this. Will be better.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
More gentlemen. So we can squeeze
We need all the heads, remember, if you don't see the camera, camera cannot see you.
Hold on, just to see? Okay.
Yes.
You guys are present for the camera, the video?